listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Hello and welcome to Bayswater Oval. It is qualifying final day between Balwyn and Rowville, Premier Division, of course. This is it's a pretty grey day outside, and beside me I've got Brett Beston and Ray Baird joining me for the pre-game show. Gentlemen, how are we?
Very well, Jared. Absolutely delighted to be out here at Bayswater Oval. I was just saying to you off air, it's you get to this time of the year and it's really quite a special feeling because you know it's finals, and there's just a different feel, a different vibe, I suppose. But look, the weather's not too bad. It's been pretty rough during the week, especially with all the wind we've had. Thankfully, the wind at the moment is not too bad. I think the rain, do I say it, might just about be gone. So I think we're in for probably a good afternoon. The ground looks in an absolutely peak condition, as it always is out here at Bayswater. So looking forward to a terrific game this afternoon.
I really hope you haven't jinxed that, the rain, because I am on the boundary today. Indeed, Ray Baird, how are you?
Good, Jared. Great to be out here back at Bayswater. I just love finals, and in particular Premier Grade finals. You know, and this season it's probably the closest it's if not ever been in Premier. You know, one of the closest ever, so it's looking forward to a great game.
Indeed, and of course we'll be joined by the coaches for a couple of pre-game interviews very soon. Brenton Sanderson will be joining us, and Ben Wise as well. But before we get to them, we'll go around the grounds a little bit and have a talk about some of the other games that are happening this weekend. Of course, the other Premier Division game happening will be the elimination final between Vermont and South Croydon. South Croydon, they did lose to Vermont pretty handily not too long ago. We were, or at least the media team were at that match. I wasn't actually there, but I did watch it, and Vermont looked on top of their game against South Croydon. The Bulldogs just perhaps was it just not their day, gentlemen, or is that how Vermont matches up against South Croydon? What do we think, Brett?
Look, South Croydon's form's been a bit patchy. I mean, probably a month ago, you probably would have said they wouldn't have made finals, but they've found a bit of late season form. They are a side that you never quite know what they're going to bring, but look, I like what they've got, and I think they'll get the job done. Vermont have probably, for me, they've overachieved. I wouldn't have expected them to probably go as far as they've got. That said, they're a chance tomorrow, but I think the South Croydon for me, and I think they'll get it done by a couple of kicks.
For me, it's a 50-50 game, but having said that, I just analyse both the sides. I think that Vermont definitely have a lot more to lose in this game than what South Croydon do. Vermont have been up there in the top 3 or 4 for the season, so you know they deserve to be up where they are. Whereas 4 weeks ago, South Croydon weren't going to play finals, so all I say is to Vermont, look out. The Predator has come from nowhere, and South Croydon, they're playing pretty good football at the moment. Indeed. I know that the game towards the end of the season when we went out to South Croydon there, that Vermont were able to run over them, but that day Nielsen and their Thiessen and their big forwards really stood up. I doubt whether they can do that again, but I'm picking South Croydon in a real thriller.
Was that the game that Nielsen just went berserk?
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
He was so good that day.
He was awesome.
And I haven't looked at the results or anything since, but he certainly hasn't performed to that example of what he did that day.
Yeah, I think anyone can have, no disrespects to him, but everyone can have that one game where they just absolutely just blow it apart, and he was unstoppable that day. There was no one that could have got in his way, but as you say, Ray, probably hasn't done it since, so
Indeed, and on South Croydon's end of things, Braden Kilpatrick is always someone that that Vermont will have to think about. Who else are we expecting to step up who didn't quite have the best game against Vermont a few weeks ago?
Well, look, I think the guy that I always rate quite highly, and I know he's been around for a long time, is Big Maxi King. I think he's a really important player for them, so he'll be on the ruck and he'll probably go forward and kick a couple of snags as well. But there's plenty of other stars. I mean, Thomas Sheridan, he was pretty good, I think, from memory the last time we saw them. And then you've got the likes of Matt Jones and Tommy Schenk down back is a rock as well. So those are the sort of guys I'll be looking out for.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, King's a player that really, he didn't do a lot that day, but the other King, the captain in the centre,
Max.
think of his Christian name.
Dano.
Dano, sorry.
He actually lowered his colours that day, so
Yeah, he did.
I think that you'll find a better performance from him in the middle, and to me, he's one of the barometers that gets South Croydon going.
Yeah, Dano's like, I sort of liken him to Peter Pan. He's the guy that just never seems to age. He's still playing really well, and he did play well that last time we saw them. And he's also an important part. But look, I think it'll be a terrific game tomorrow. But as I say, I've got South Croydon winning by a couple of kicks.
Yeah, well, I agree. As I said, 50-50, but for just that little reason that I think that they've got more to lose, Vermont, I think that South Croydon can get over them.
I've got Vermont in this one, actually. I think that they do well being the hunted historically. And while it's a fairly different list that they have now, they've refreshed it since the glory years of pre-COVID and such, but it's still the same core of Lockie Johns and such. So I still have Vermont in this one. I think the South Croydon will. I think they might struggle as they have against teams that are around them on the ladder, which has been a bit of a theme for them this year. We move into Division 1, where the first semi-final will be South Belgrave against Beaconsfield. Now, we will be at that match tomorrow. I've had a bit of a look at the footage, and last week against Mitcham, South Belgrave, so inaccurate, kicked 12 behinds before they kicked a goal, and something that they're going to need to focus on. And given how the weather's been recently, the inaccuracy may persist.
Ball may get blown away.
Beaconsfield, on the other hand, a very impressive win against Montrose. I think Montrose, they had a chance in finals, but Beaconsfield putting paid to that just shows the quality of the side that's only just come into the EFNL, and that was their first finals win, Ray.
Yeah, no, it certainly was, and they're well coached by Mick Fogarty as well, and look, they're peaking at exactly the right time. Their form over the last few weeks has been good. During the season, they were probably hit the most with injuries and players going to the VFL.
That's what I was
5
just gonna
changes,
say.
6 changes, but now over the last couple of weeks, they've been able to settle their side down, and they're playing real good football. Where on the other hand, South Belgrave, look, I know some people up at South Belgrave, and they've even been telling me they haven't played their best football this season as yet.
No.
But give them credit. They finished up there in the top 3, so they must have been going all right or doing enough anyway. But I just think that Beaconsfield, they're the informed team for me going into this game, and I think Beaconsfield will get the chocolates, and I'm going to say an 18-point victory.
You sort of look at the two sides on paper, and you'd be hard pressed to tip against South Belgrave because they've got sort of the stars, the Smiths and the Garners and all those. Whereas Beaconsfield are probably less big names, or probably less known names, I suppose, not necessarily big names. But yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Beaconsfield, probably from a form perspective, have hit form at the right time. They've sort of flown a bit under the radar. And of course, the mighty man Mick Fogarty, you can't underestimate his presence in that as the coach, and I think they might get up in a close one as well.
Indeed, and it's interesting that you bring up the sorts of names that both teams have, because you do have that older guard of former AFL players in Tim Smith, and Taylor Garner comes back into the side for this game, and then you've got Garner's brothers, Damien and Mitch. Some of that sort of like older crop of very big talent, of course. Yet on the other side of things, Beaconsfield have the younger, up-and-coming, a couple of players on VFL lists, players who played in the it slips my mind, the Coates Tires. Oh, the one with the Eastern Rangers, and I should know this, the under-18s Vic League. So Cade Delarue, Kobe Ship. There's quite a few. There's at least one more who will be playing tomorrow for Beaconsfield. So it's a young versus old sort of talent battle.
Yeah. And the young can often transfer to a bit of extra speed too, can't it, Ray? Because they get on the outside, those young guys, and they take off, and it can give them a bit of an edge. But no, I think it'll be a terrific game. And Beaconsfield, let's remember, they've only been in the league for, what is it?
This is their third year.
Third year. I was going to say 3 years, and boy, they've gone really well.
Indeed.
It's always a bit of a an unknown quantity when a side comes in, but they've done really well, so top marks to them. And if they win tomorrow, fantastic.
I believe that it's crunch time for South Belgrave Football Club, because I'm a great believer in the old clock system. You peak at 11 o'clock, and if you haven't won a premiership by 1 o'clock, you've got to go back round. And I think South Belgrave are in that book because look, they've got 3 or 4 players who I believe that one way or another that won't be there next year. They'll probably retire and move on. And so they've got, this is their final challenge at the moment. I could be proved wrong next year and the year after, but I just feel that they've got a lot to play for. But as you said, some exciting football coming out of Beaky at the moment.
That's a really good point, because you talk about premiership windows, and it feels like South Belgrave have been on that premiership window for a while, but they've sort of missed the boat, as Ray said, and maybe their time is coming to an end, and they may have to start, go down the rebuild if they can't do it this year. Next year might.
Well, they've got a good junior program, and they get fed by Listerfield, who are a very, very strong club. So Listerfield they field Rowville and South Belgrave with their juniors, so they've got a great future coming up. But I just feel that some of their older players, are coming to the end of their careers.
Sure.
Well, it's interesting because if they do advance into Premier Division, say they happen to win the Premiership this year, what happens in that case? Do they just go back down and need to wait for some of their juniors to come through Listerfield and then make another charge, or will they try and hang in?
Well, any side that gets up to Premier Division, they've got to, if they go in with the same list, whether what it will be, doesn't matter whether it's young or old, they're kidding themselves. You go up to Premier, you've got to recruit players. You must recruit players, and if you don't recruit players, you'll be back down straight away, and that's a big thing. So, but you've got to recruit players into Premier. You've also got to have the club up there to show these players that we're going to challenge again. So look, it's all up in front of South Belgrave, and we'll see how they go.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they're sort of at a time, if they are to go up, they're going to have to rejuvenate their list. Otherwise, they just simply won't be competitive. And I think for me, I think Beaconsfield have a much more upside, I suppose.
Definitely.
If they were to go up, they'd be more likely to be successful. They're heading in the right direction, whereas South Belgrave maybe have just reached that, what's the word I'm looking for?
Plateau.
And it's sort of, heading down the other side of the mountain. So
So tips for this one, gentlemen?
Beaconsfield.
Yeah, Beaconsfield by 15 points.
Yeah,
I'm around the same. Beaconsfield by 2 or 3 goals.
I've got Beaconsfield in this one as well. We'll move on to the other semi-final, of course. Not an elimination game. This is to play off in a spot in the grand final. The loser will play in a preliminary final against the winner of South Belgrave and Beaconsfield, and of course I'm talking about Park Orchards and Mitcham. Very interesting matchup, given that both times they've played each other, one has blown the other off the park, essentially, and it's hard to actually assess a game where Park Orchards, Mitcham played them the first time, and Park Orchards had a very off day. We saw that game. It was very wet weather football. And then in round 18, it seems like Mitcham had the off day and Park Orchards ran over the top of them. So very difficult to assess a game of this situation.
I don't write much into that round 18 clash because it was a dead rubber.
Yes.
You go out there and you play the game, but you don't throw everything caution to the wind and all that. So to me, that's better. But you have a look at both these sides. Look, to me, Park Orchards have been the top side all season, let's face it. But Mitcham, they've been up and down, but Mitcham are a great final side.
Yeah,
Neil Winterton has that ability to bring something out in his players during finals. And look, whoever loses this game, it's certainly not the end of the season, because I think they can find their way back into the grand final and have another shot at each other. But just on overall performance throughout the year, I'm going to select Park Orchards, probably by 2 goals.
Well, you talk about Beaconsfield being a team that's peaking at the right time, and then Mitcham, of course, yes, a great finals side. It seems like they know how to peak at the right time, like they did last year, to come up and beat the undefeated South Belgrave in a grand final. Brett, how much hope do you pin on Mitcham's ability to play excellent finals matches?
Look, if you're a good finals side, it can certainly stand you in good stead. But I mean, Park Orchards have been played finals as well in other grades, and have also played particularly well. So, look, I'm going to go with Park Orchards as well. But I've seen enough from Mitcham this year to suggest that they could push them pretty close.
And we will leave discussions about the games around the grounds this weekend for a little bit, because we are being joined by Brenton Sanderson, the coach of Balwyn. G'day, Brenton. So this final series, how different has it been from the last one in terms of preparation?
Yeah, good question. We actually haven't taken that good a form, to be honest. We obviously won the first 10 games of the year, undefeated till round 10, beat everyone first home round. Then on the run home, we lost to we lost to the top 6 teams, I guess. You know, we lost to East Ringwood, we lost to Rowville, lost to Vermont, got beaten by Blackburn, and there's one more.
South Croydon.
Yeah. So we only won 3 of our last 8 games, so we haven't taken great form into this year's finals campaign. We have had guys like everyone. I know in that sort of back half of the year, particularly through sort of June, July, we had guys playing VFL, guys away overseas, injuries. So we're certainly not alone in that. I know every club's got to go through that, but we had some reasons, I think, that our form dropped. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous around our form the last couple of weeks when we have had guys back, but maybe there's just been a little bit of a mindset around a holding pattern until now when we finally get to finals. So we did well to qualify in a really good position. Would have loved to finish top. I mean, that was obviously our goal at the start of the year, because it's such a good ride or journey, I guess, for the number 1 ranked side. But yeah, it probably doesn't hurt us to play today, play against last year's premiers. Hopefully get the result we want, and then have a crack at East Ringwood next week.
I was just about ready to give you the premiership after 11 rounds. You were that good. I think I'd sort of just about put the cue in the rack. But so what has, outside of the players, the injuries, the players that have gone overseas, I mean, you've got to look at it and think, what has happened in the back half of the season? Because the form's been completely different. Yeah. What have you done to sort of, what areas have you identified perhaps that you can improve on, or you can improve going into this?
It's a good question. I think most clubs would answer the same. As soon as our pressure drops off, we put our backs under enormous heat, and I think the way the game's evolved is our forwards are our first line of defence now, and that's across from AFL all the way down to community footy. You need to have forwards that want to chase and pressure and turn the ball over. And the more you get into transitional games with clubs, it just becomes so tiring to play full ground defence and then have to try and score on the back of full ground offence. So we definitely play our best when we play a front half game. We lost Jamie Ridd. He was overseas for 6 weeks, and then the first quarter of the first game he was away, we lost Louis Cunningham for concussion, and he didn't play for 8 rounds. So we lost our 2 main, I guess, ball winners across half back. So we had to sort of look for different methods. We played a few forwards behind the ball. We tried a million different things to try and get it some more runs. So yeah, that's sort of been probably the main 2 focuses, I guess, has been our front line of defence, being our forwards, and then trying to get some run and punch out of our back line. And Ridd's back now, Cunningham's back, so hopefully we're a little bit sharper in those elements today.
Brendan, early in the season, one of your players who I thought was absolutely outstanding, he's not his Christian, but Wise.
Yep.
Now he's been missing, so that left a big hole in your side.
Yeah, it has. He's a great runner. He plays wing and gets all the way back, all the way forward. He's a goal kicker. He's got nasty back injury, so he won't play for the remainder of this campaign. So just felt a sprain. Initially we just thought he'd sprained his back against Doncaster East in the first quarter about a month ago. And then unfortunately, he missed the next sort of 2 or 3 games, and then he saw a specialist this week who said it's probably best to put the cue in the rack for the remainder of the season. So yeah, we'll miss him because he certainly gave us a bit of run, and he was another one that could play across half-back and give us some run.
Yeah, I don't know whether you listen to our podcast, but if you do, you probably weren't going to talk to me anyway, because I've been very critical of your side not being attacking enough. And yesterday on our Friday preview, Ryan Long got to say, against the top sides, you've kicked like 3, 6, 7. You haven't been kicking winning scores. And you're coming up today against a Rowville, and at some stage you'll probably come up against East Ringwood, who are very attacking side. So how can you hold them back?
Yeah, obviously we've put it on all divisions today to try and have more impact on the game. But yeah, we've just got to get better used to our forward line. You're right, sides have defended us really well. We haven't had that run and punch. We haven't looked dangerous in games against the big sides. I mean, we played that real slug of a game against East Ringwood, out there where I think we led by 14 points, but they kicked like 17 goals, 25 or something. You know, they had a lot of shots for goal and were inaccurate that day. But yeah, you're right. Well, we've certainly got to get back to our best today, and I just hope the boys can flick the switch, because it's I know you can't. Like, I've been around footy long enough to know that it takes time to get into good form. You can't just rock up and say, right, today we're going to play at our best. It's a mindset that is developed over 3, 4, 5 weeks, and we had that the first half of the year, and it's definitely dropped off.
I was out at Seabeck Oval when you challenged it. You actually blitzed them that year in mid-season there, and I said at that stage that, you know, I've been around the Eastern Football League for just on 20 years, and I thought that was the best performance I've seen from any side in any division. And at the end of that game, Ben Wise said that Rowville have got a lot to learn today, and I've thought that in some strange sort of way, you probably did Rowville a favour, because since then they've changed their style. They met you again down at Cherry Road towards the end of the season, and they turned their game around. So a lot of this is coaching is a huge part, isn't it? And you've got to give credit to yourself as well, but Ben as well, some of these coaches.
Yeah, well, last time we played Rowville, I think they had 50-odd more marks than us, so they were able to share the ball around. They made us defend. We sort of spent all our energy defending them rather than turning the ball into offence. So, yeah, we've got to cut down their mark chains today, look for opportunities to, as I said, get our front half going. If we can win stoppage, and that's the other thing. They're probably the best clearance side in the competition. You look at their midfield, and I know they lose Lockie McDonald.
And Cole Cloud too, their small crumbing forward. Yeah, that's a big loss for them.
It's a big loss as well, yeah. So we're going to... that's for us. It's good, because that's, I think, one of their strengths is their clearances and the way they come out of stoppage. So yeah, we'll have to be at our best today. Obviously, I love our midfield as well. I think we've got some talent in there, and if those guys can get the job done today, then it makes it a lot easier. You know, at least we're going towards our goal rather than having to run back towards their goal. Yeah.
And at the end of today, of course, you know, whoever loses, you know, their premiership chance is not finished, because you have a second chance, which is the beauty of finishing in the top three.
Yeah, that's, I guess, your objective at the start of the year is to first make finals, and then when you feel like that's a chance to happen, then you really push for a double chance. And as I said, first would be better than second or third, but we'll take second. And we're obviously not thinking about losing, but in the back of your mind, you'd never say this to the players, but yeah, if things don't go our way today, we have to butter up. We have to, you know, play like men next week, and look for another opportunity to sort of come through the finals, you know, a different route. So yeah, we just got to focus on today though. First quarter, make sure we start well. Bit of wind out there, going down the middle of the ground. So
not as much as it's been during the week.
No, it's been horrible, hasn't it? And even last week, it was windy and horrible last week. So yeah, we obviously trained on Thursday night, and it was windy, and we just did all of our work into the wind, just to try and get that feel. You know, sometimes you can almost get a false sense of success when you're just always training with the wind. So yeah, we did all of our training on Thursday into the wind, which was calculated, and yeah, hopefully we get a bit of a result from doing that today.
Rowville are quite a young side, quite a quick side, and this ground is one of the bigger grounds in the competition. What are you going to do to negate their run? Because obviously there's going to be some wide open spaces for them to get on the outside today.
Yeah, like part of me wants to feel that we're going to have a good impact outside the contest too. I know we've got some good speed outside, and we're going to look for some opportunities to get the ball in the hands of some of our speedy players today. But you're right, whenever you play Rowville, you've got to be aware that they do carry the ball really well. They look to switch and go. But as I said, they are very good at controlling the tempo of the game, so we're going to make sure that we're ready. We're certainly ready for that.
Well, Brenton, thank you so much for your time. We better let you go and prepare for what it looks to be an exciting and very important finals match, of course.
Thank you. Have a good call.
Cheers.
Thank you.
And thank you very much to Brenton Sanderson, of course. We're about to go to a break here on the Pregame show. We'll be right back after this, live from Bayswater Oval.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Genes that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval for the qualifying final between Balwyn and Rowville. This is Premier Division action, the pointy end of the season, and if you've just joined us, you missed a great interview with Brenton Sanderson, but that's okay because we've got another great interview coming up with the Rowville coach, Ben Wise. Wisey, how has the preparation for the final series gone for you guys? How have you felt in your premiership defence?
It's gone as well as it always does. You work extremely hard throughout the year to give yourself an opportunity to be part of this time of the year, and we can't fault it. Yeah.
Do you feel like you've been the hunted at all throughout this year, or has that just not been a mentality that you've put in place at all?
No, I don't think we've had a mentality at all, really. You just got to come and play the best footy you can for longer than everyone else. In terms of the hunted, people said that last year. People, the year before, we're probably the new kids on the block. So in terms of the last 18 to 24 months, it's just been business as usual, and mate, we just focus on what we can.
I don't know how much you put into momentum, but you'd have to say your momentum hasn't been great coming into this. You got through by the skin of your teeth last week. You could have missed finals, and you're 2 and 3 in your last 5. So I suppose that's a little bit of a concern that you're not perhaps at your absolute peak, or is that a good thing because you haven't peaked yet?
No, I don't think it's really much of a concern. As we know, the comp's extremely tight, and you earn every win you get, for sure. But in terms of the last sort of 3 to 4 weeks, we've had some players go in and out of the side, had some key personnel not available for a couple of weeks. So to get them back and to win ugly, last week we were extremely fortunate to be on the better side of the ledger. But it's our preparation. Last week we got games into guys that we needed to, that missed a bit of footy, and fortunate for us, we're here playing today.
Ben, look, a couple of serious injuries come out of last week with Cole Clow and Lockie McDonald.
Yep.
But I look at your centre line. You've got Brock Cole Clow, who's come in with a best on-ground performance in the twos, but also Stapleford. Lockie Stapleford. I've said all season that he is a very important and underrated part of your midfield. Well, today is a big stage for him. I'm expecting a huge game from him in the absence of Lockie McDonald.
Yeah. Stapo's is an extremely gifted player, and he's definitely not underrated in our four walls. He's an ex-VFL player, extremely well respected, tough in and under. Obviously, losing those boys to long-term injuries is unfortunate, but you don't get a chance to dwell on it too much. You just got to move on, and we'll wrap our arms around them, give them the best chance to recover and look after them.
Underrated was probably the wrong word. He doesn't get the accolades that the other midfield do.
Yeah, probably.
That's
probably that'll come.
Yeah, look, I spoke to Brenton, and I've been very critical of Balwyn that they don't kick enough goals. Yesterday on Friday preview, we read out over the top other 5 sides in the top 6, they've kicked like 3, 7, 6 goals. So and you've got your tall forward line in this week with Windy, Flakemore and Taylor down there. Do you think you can exploit them with your aerial down forward?
It's definitely probably a strength of ours. In terms of what they've kicked over doesn't really sort of matter much. It could all change. Finals footy is completely different. They'll obviously plan for us really well. Sando's very well respected and knows his stuff, so I'm sure they'll have a plan to score more against us. Looking at their side, that they've brought in a couple of guys that they could probably use down forward as well. So, in terms of our tall guys, mate, we've got Kane Young down there as well. I think they're pretty equipped down back. They've got Schreiber and Pollock's back from VFL, which obviously helped Walker. So, there's going to be some great matchups all over the ground, and it's going to be an exciting contest.
And a huge inclusion, Mitchell Schruck back. I think he's an important cog in your back defence as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. Another VFL guy. He's battled his body a little bit this year, but he's played well in big games, so he knows what we expect from him, and he'll play well.
We've spoken about the past couple of games that you've played against Balwyn, and turnaround in a result is always a great thing. If you're able to beat someone on the return journey. What did you learn in your first game against Balwyn, and do you think those sorts of those lessons will apply here? And how confident are you in what you know about Balwyn?
If there's one side that I know a fair bit about, it would probably be Balwyn. It's personnel early in the year it changed, and then obviously they had a fair few out when we played them at home. So, we probably haven't played each other with the list that we've got in today. But in terms of the way you play, you don't really probably change too much. It's more personnel, and once you get those we're going to have ebbs and flows throughout the day. They're a good side, and they're going to have their chances, and so are we. So we've just got to make sure that we take them.
Yeah, going to be a great battle in the midfield today. Of course, Anthony Brollock's in there. He's an absolute beast. And looking forward to the ruck duel today. Sort of contrasting styles, I suppose. You've got probably, Chevy Anderson will spend a bit of time in the ruck for Balwyn. He's a big sort of, he's going to use his body as opposed to Sean, because he's a bit more agile.
Shuey can, mate, he's a beast. Yeah, they're too well respected. Probably, along with the guys from East Ringwood, they're probably and probably Ren from Donny East, they're probably the premier ruckman in the comp. Shuey, I wouldn't have anyone else apart from Shuey in my corner. He's a beast. Him and Chev will go well together. They've had some battles over the years, I'm expecting Shuey to go really well and use his fitness to be able to cover the ground a bit better than Chev.
Tell me about Liam Coughlin. This is his first year with Rowville this year. Come across from Doncaster. It seems like a very professional, classy player. Of course, he's got VFL experience. What has he added this year?
Yeah, he's added plenty. Look, at Coggo, obviously with his relationship with boys at Box Hill, and it's funny, I played with his dad 25 years ago and used to kick the footy with him when he was 6 years old. So in terms of a relationship-based, we recruit people that are within our age demographic, but also with connection with people from the club, and he was able to do that. He's an experienced player. He's still only very young. He's only 23. He'll bring run and carry, good decision maker. He's an 80-metre player. He drives his legs out of source, and he kicks the ball really well. So, he'll bring plenty of run and probably a lot of cover down back as well for us.
And Ben, on Thursday night, they announced that you've signed on for another season.
Yep. Yeah, they're stuck with me another.
You obviously get a lot. You obviously get a lot out of enjoying it about. And I noticed on Facebook, your daughter played football this year on one. Was up there in
little
the best
Ivy.
event?
Yeah, she did. She come third in the BNF. Very proud dad moment for me. She's only 9, playing under 12. She's played with the boys the last couple of years, but wanted to go with the girls because she was the only one. And she got across there and finished really well in the end of the year, and was lucky enough to poll well.
Good on her.
Yeah.
One more player that I wanted to ask about was Braden LaPlanche. Comes back in today. What does he have? He's obviously a fairly exciting player. I've called him on one occasion, I think, and I felt like I was calling him like every other minute.
Yeah, he's got some talent. We're very fortunate enough. Like, he's come through our junior program from, I think, the under 14s or 15s. I think he come across from Moonee South, and Rang's been great. He coached. He's come out of TAC or the NAB League now. He was, I think, he was joint captain of Eastern Rangers last year. He played Vic Metro. They played him a lot as a forward. I've seen to use him as a backman, as a third back, and he's extremely quick. Can play on tall or small, and uses the ball really well, and he's really good in the contest. So, he'll add a lot for us with versatility down back.
And who takes Charlie Haley today, do you think?
Probably Rang, Rang will get him.
Okay.
We've got a couple of people. We've got some guys that can play multiple roles, and we're lucky that we've got some good hybrids that can play tall and small and are quite quick. So, we've got a couple of options for Charlie.
And is that something that you value, I suppose, hybrids, as you call them, players who can play multiple positions? Is that part of the flexibility of your team?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's the way the game's going. You can't you've got to have flexibility within your side, and things happen throughout the year, availability. So I've got to make sure that the list that I build, we have obviously a system that we follow and a game style that we want to play. So you bring people to the club that can play those roles that you need. And you could go through all the boys. I always say, you're going to be really good in one spot, but what else if, what's plan B? What are you going to bring to the side if things aren't going your way? You could go through our list, and we've got guys that can play multiple roles in multiple spots.
What's also important, Ben, they say that in a game of football, you only have the ball for a minute and a half each player. It's what you do when you haven't got the ball is very important as well, like shepherding and looking after, running with your mates. Yeah,
100%. It's I suppose that comes down to what your values are as a footy side and what you've got to bring. And we're very big in our defensive side of the game, and our contest and our pressure is something that I suppose what you've watched over the last 3 or 4 years has been a strength of ours.
Well, we better let you get back to preparations for what's going to be a very important and exciting game against Balwyn. Thank you very much for joining us.
No worries at all, boys. Have a good call.
Thanks, Benny.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
So that was Ben Wise, coach of the Rowville Football Club, preparing for a fantastic game against Balwyn, no doubt. Couple of great interviews there, gentlemen.
Look, I love these coaches, even without finals, but they come up here and they're open. They have an open book. They're not afraid to, and that's what they want to put their sides out there. They want their supporters who listen to our podcasts and radio to know what's going on and what their thinking is. And Sanderson and Wisey, they're two of the best in the business.
Are you going downstairs to give your pep talk, your pre-match pep talk?
No, I keep right out of that, mate. All right.
Well, we better get back to the other games around the grounds. Of course, I don't know. Did we give our tips for the Park Orchards?
I think we were just about to.
We did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for mine, I actually think Mitcham's going to. I don't think I did give my tip. I think Mitcham's going to get the one in this game. So we'll move down to Division 2. Of course, a couple more finals being played, the semi-finals. We watched Mulgrave come back and defeat Waverley Blues in the qualifying final last week. A fantastic game that was, very high scoring, but now they come up against a brick wall in Baronia, and this is going to be a very interesting test for Mulgrave, who seem to have placed themselves as perhaps the second best team in the competition, in the division at this point, which is something we weren't expecting earlier in the year.
Yeah, well, I actually still have Croydon in my second best side. Even though it's a bit funny, I have them the second best team, but they finished fourth. But that's just the way the dominoes fell.
I think that was percentage for part of it.
Mulgrave, they've been absolutely fantastic. If you've heard me on the radio, I love the way they play their football. But they're coming up against the juggernaut. I think Baronia will win this, and in the end, probably by 6 or 7 goals.
Ducks and Drakes, because I think we got told last week that Lin Jong was going to line up this week, but he's not in the team today. No. And of course, Fletcher Roberts is done for the year. Look, they were terrific last week, Mulgrave. They played so well and top marks to them, but I mean, you can't tip against Baronia. You really can't.
Alex Hardy back into the side. He's an important player. No Tyler Villanis, however. So they're bringing guys back bit by bit, Mulgrave, from some of the injuries that they've had. But for me, Baronia, they're just too good. I can't tip against them yet. It's going to take a concerted effort on a grand final day. I
wonder if they get rolled today, we might tip against them next week.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, if they do get rolled today, they'll be coming up against the winner of Waverley Blues and Croydon. Waverley Blues, they were disappointing in the second half last week against Mulgrave, but obviously they showed that they still have, they still have the gameplay to go forward in finals. They just need to find that more consistency. What can Croydon do to stop that, just like Mulgrave did, Ray?
Well, both these sides, even Croydon's form coming into the finals hasn't been with, what they would have been expecting. But all in all, I just think that I'm going for Croydon in this game. I just think they're all-round experience, and they get Big Walker back there, centre half back. He's going to be huge for them, and I just think they'll control the ball enough, and I think they'll get over Waverley Blues. Waverley Blues will probably be in it to half time. Yep. But I'm going for Croydon. Yeah,
I'm a bit the same. They're well led by Fraser Smith down back. He's an absolute star.
That's the one I was thinking.
And we've done a couple of radio games where he's been an absolute a colossus. Mm-hmm. And I just think that probably, they've had a very good season. Waverley Blues to me, bit up and down. Wasn't really convinced with what I saw last week, so I think Croydon for me.
Waverley Blues do tend to have more scoring power than Croydon, yet are we concerned that Croydon won't be able to limit that, or is their defence just too solid?
I think their defence is very solid, Croydon. It's one of their strengths, and I think, and they can kick, their midfield can kick goals as well, and that's why I'm picking them.
Yep, I also have Croydon in this one, which is a shame because Waverley Blues going out in straight sets, not what we would have picked at the start of the year, but...
Well, we wouldn't have picked it last season either.
No, that's right.
That's
exactly.
right. But look, they fell themselves in a real deep hole there towards the end of the season. What with 4 losses in a row.
They
it's
really
very hard.
Skids,
it's very hard to come back with that. Okay, good. They made it to the finals, but how much effort did they take to get out of that hole? That's the question.
That's the other thing. Yep.
Indeed. So I do have Croydon in that one. We move on to Division 3, Surrey Park against Knox. They play each other for the 4th time this year. The last time they played, we saw that happen, and it was a win to Surrey Park. How can Knox reverse the trend here? Is it going to be down to Steve Buckle coaching performance if they actually make it?
Well, that's going to be a big part of it. I saw Knox last week, and they were absolutely magnificent after the first 10 minutes or so where Coldstream controlled the game. But what Knox were able to do last week, they took Darcy Carrigan out of that game, and he's the motivator for Coldstream. And they were very good doing that, and they double-teamed Schricks down there, who was going for his 2 goals for his 100. So everything they did. In fact, it was funny, on pre-match, Brash was put up these scenarios to Steve Buckle, and Steve just sat back there, looked at Brash and said, "Don't worry, Brash, I've got it all covered." And he did. He did have it covered. Look, he's a great coach. Surrey Park, on the other hand, look, you've got to give them their credit. Every time they've come up against Donvale, who are the benchmark in this division, they've got closer and closer. But I just think that what I saw last week, the way that Knox moved that ball, they had goal scorers down there. Their midfield was good. Their back six was good. I'm picking Knox to get over Surrey, but take nothing away. Surrey Park year coming up a division has been absolutely magnificent, but I think that they'll hit the stone wall today.
Well, whatever happens, I mean, they've done a great job. Tom Ware, for me, is a big key for Knox. His ability to go to their best forward and lock them and basically take them out of the game was significant last week, and I think it might be tomorrow. So I think Knox, Knox in a close one for me too. And the Steve Buckle factor as well. 100% agree with Ray.
For sure. For mine, I think Surrey Park could have this one. It's hard to ignore especially the second half of the match that we saw a couple of weeks ago. Of course, the qualifying final. Surrey Park were all over them. Knox felt like they had a few passengers on that team. I don't know how they'll be able to step up and overrun the talent of Surrey Park for mine. But I think the Panthers are going to get over Knox, and I think Josh Ward will be happy with that.
Jared. Are you a subscriber that when you get to finals, things change a wee bit? Like, I mean, we all revert back to the games that were played, in round 12 or round 13. But do you think when you get to finals, it just things change a wee bit?
Well, the thing is, when you get to finals, usually sides get good players back. Whether it's through the VFL or injury or whatever, they get those players back.
I was thinking more from a sort of it just feels different. There's a bit more of an edge.
Well, there's more to play for.
A bit more nerves,
more
particularly
pressure.
if you're playing in an elimination.
In these death matches, there's more to play for. Your season is on the line, you know.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And we'll move down to Division 4, of course. Just the one game, the preliminary final, Chirnside Park against Whitehorse. Another game that has been, another matchup that has been broadcast recently by the EFNL media team. Chirnside Park got over Whitehorse in that one, but Whitehorse were missing their two spearheads in Horvat and Young. Just going through the
That was a very
list.
wet day too in that game.
It was indeed, and we talked about how if you're going to be missing Young and Horvat, that is the day to miss them because the tall forwards are less likely to have an impact. I see both of them are on the list today for Whitehorse. Brett, how much of a difference do you think that will make?
Oh, it's got to make a big difference. And I mean, we go back to, I suppose, we can look at the recent form. Whitehorse here, the radio game that we did, they didn't go so well, but they thrashed Kilsyth last week. Really comfortable victory. And then Scoresby, of course, had a real battle with Chirnside, and that would have taken quite a bit out of them. So Chirnside, they might be a bit beaten up today after a tough game last week. So, they could be ripe for the picking.
I think it's going to be a battle of the midfield, and I like Eddie Sim. If Eddie Sim's up and about for Whitehorse Pioneers, they are a chance in this game. And I know they've got their forwards back, but if you look at the forward line for Chirnside, they've got multiple goal kickers down there. They've got the talls down there, they've got Odomat down there, they've got the small Ficarelli as well. Yeah. These guys, they're match winners, those sort of guys in finals, particularly the two, Odomat and Ficarelli. They've played at higher levels in grand finals. And I just think that as gallant as Whitehorse will be, and I've been over them, as you know, all year. I did jump off 2 weeks ago, but I sort of contemplated getting back on the horse today, but no, I'm not that silly. I think the Chirnside will win, and realistically, realistically, the best two sides, if it is Chirnside and Scoresby, they should be playing in the grand final.
Actually, I didn't give my tip either. So, all that said, I think, for me, I think Chirnside will get up too. They've probably the Odomat factor and the other key players we spoke about. So, another close one, but a couple of goals in it and Chirnside to win.
I also think Chirnside will take this one. It will be down to those scoring forwards for Chirnside. Trent Castledine is another one that is an important tall forward for Chirnside to go alongside Odomat and Ficarelli. Well, we've got a few minutes left to talk about the match that's about to play out in front of us here at Bayswater Oval. Of course, as a reminder, that is the Balwyn Rowville game, the qualifying final in Premier Division. We did a couple of great interviews with the coaches, of course, Brenton Sanderson and Ben Wise. Gentlemen, what did we glean from those interviews that may help us analyse what's about to happen today?
Not much.
Well, look, I think that what I got out of it was that both coaches are going into this game with optimism. They're both silently confident of if their side does the job, they can get the job done. But analysing the two, I just think that Balwyn's brought back some players. Okay, they say they're ready, but I just question whether they're ready or not. And are these three players going to make a difference? As I said, as you said too, you can't go back to the 2 game played during the season because it's a completely different game. Yeah. But I just think that that game last week that Rowville played in, that was a real battle, a real tough game. And I like going into a final series after you've won a real battle in the last game of the season. And your players there, they've got a couple of big outs, as we mentioned, but you've got to look at last week, Cooper McDonald, we know what he can do when he's on song. Well, he was back to his best last week playing on the half-back line, and that's where it all starts for Rowville. They bound off the half-back line, and I think this is going to be a problem for Balwyn. And also, one of their strengths is their rucks, Balwyn, without a doubt. But Showermakers, as Wisey said, and I agree with him, Showermakers to me is the best ruckman in Premier.
Yeah. Well, that's why I asked him about it, because Chevy Anderson, as I say, he's more of a he'll use his body. He's a big beast, but Showmakers he'll be much more agile.
But not only that, Showmakers' second and third efforts after that,
and he gets around the ground, doesn't he?
Right.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the last time we saw Rowville, that was one of the things that we identified, his ability to get around the ground and get into other parts of the play. I think he actually might have got best on ground. I can't remember, but
The ins for Balwyn, of course, as you were mentioning, Ray, there were Will Lamott, Jamie Gottliebson, and Noah Lever. Noah Lever's an interesting one. He's had a really good year. He lines up alongside Alex Urban, Kane Turner, and Bowen Smith, of course, in the midfield. Of course, that's a competent midfield, more than competent, Brett.
Yeah, it's a very good midfield.
And how do we think Rowville will be able to? Does it come down to Showmakers in the ruck to try and nullify that? Is it Brolick? Is it Stapleton? I mean, it's
hard to call, isn't it?
Yeah.
Both sides have got terrific midfields. To be honest, reeling off those names, you think Balwyn would have a slight edge, but I mean it's 50-50, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. As we spoke about Showmakers though. He's so clean with his ruck work. 8 out of 10 times he gets a tap, it's straight to his midfielder, who is not standing still. They're on the move. And I think that, Balwyn, you might get the knockout to advantage, but I don't think it has the accuracy that Showmakers can direct to his midfield.
I reckon Showmakers that even find you in the ruck row if you're out there.
Well, he could, mate.
And Lockie Stapleton, of course, we spoke about him earlier, and I did look at the stats earlier this week. He's the #1 ground ball winner in the division, so it's hard to go past Rowville's midfield, despite Balwyn's. The names there are so synonymous with Balwyn's quality. So looking further down the ground, Josh Walker, who do we think he'll line up on? Is he going to take Wynd?
No, I think Walker will more play at centre-half forward. Wynd will be in the goal square without it. He will probably take Flackmore, I would think.
It's interesting, Walker played in defence the last time we saw Rowville.
Yeah,
he might move around the ground depending on how it goes.
Whoever plays on Flackmore, though, they're going to have to get on their bike, because not only is he good in the air, but he does a lot of kilometres around. He's on the move the whole time, a very agile forward.
Indeed. And at the other end of the ground, we heard... LaPlanche will take Charlie Haley. Ray, how much have you seen of Braden LaPlanche? And is he going to be able to keep up with Charlie Haley?
Well, I think that's a great match, because Charlie Haley, for his size, is also very good in the air. But LaPlanche is good in the air, and Palanche he will keep up with Haley, in my opinion, once the ball hits the ground. If that doesn't work out, they've got Jesse Aycock, who won the best on ground in the grand final. He can come in as a role, and Cooper Stainthorpe at full back down there. He's a very good. Look, their back six Rowville are really, really good. I don't want to be well, I suppose I am wrapping Rowville up. But all in all, to sum it up, I just think Rowville have got more ball winners on the ground today than what Balwyn has.
Just talking about Charlie Haley, though, look, we do focus a lot on him because he has kicked 51 goals, but let's not kid ourselves. I mean, you've still got Oakes, you've got Lyle, and you've got Talig, so they've still got some other options up forward. So they're not just Haley-centric, but obviously he's the star of the show.
Yeah.
And Nathan Oakes is an interesting one as well. I'm glad you mentioned him, because he's one that he played in the midfield for most of the years that we've seen Balwyn. This year he's only just moved up forward. I find it interesting that they found another. I would be interested to know whether or not he was pushed out of the midfield and was forced to form a new role, given they've got Noah Lever playing in there now, and he seems to have taken to it really well. How many goals has he kicked this year?
This
have
is
you
got
got
that
one
talking about?
Sorry, this is Oakes, Nathan
Sorry,
Oakes.
I missed what you said. 33.
That's right. 33.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's a solid amount. I think that's the second most of Balwyn's list, essentially.
One thing, Joe, just looking around the ground, there's a good, decent crowd here today. Because cars are allowed inside the ground today, and they're double banked up right around the ground today.
Indeed.
It's going to be a good crowd.
Spot.
I know Wayne Brash will be parked about 5 kilometres up the road.
The walk will do.
Well, he doesn't want his prestige, 1977 car damaged. So.
That's a 180B.
Yeah.
How do we think Balwyn will take to a larger field like Bayswater Oval? Of course, they've got finals experience. And they've
played a lot
of
footy here.
Yeah.
You know. And Sanderson, he's a clear. He was out here last year. I know it was his first time he coached out here last year in a final, so he's had experience. Look, I don't think the ground will worry them.
Yeah, I don't know. That was what I asked him in the pre-match, because just because of Rowville's speed, and of course the bigger the ground, the more space you've got to try and cover, and Rowville will obviously love that.
Yeah.
But he didn't seem too nice. But he's probably playing straight back, close to his chest sort of stuff. So. As coaches have been known to do.
Indeed.
The good thing about today is, whoever loses today, the season's not over. They will go on and fight another day, and the winner, of course, will go on next week to tackle East Ringwood, who are sitting up there and I'm quite sure East Ringwood are here today having a look at this game.
Sure they are.
So, all is not lost, but you want to take the shortcut. You don't want to take the long road to the grand final. So they've definitely got a lot to play for.
That's always an interesting discussion, though, because you often hear people say, they've had the week off, they might be a bit underdone. But I think for me, when you get to this time of the year, you're a bit beaten up, and to me, I'd love to have the week off just to refresh.
Yeah, but then as I was saying before, though, Brett, Rowville would have loved that hard contest. So it's horses for courses.
Yeah, exactly.
Who do we think is more likely to go and defeat East Ringwood in the semi-final?
Out of these two sides?
Out of these two, out of these two.
Probably have to say Rowville, I guess. I don't. I know I'm going a bit early, but I don't see either of them beating East Ringwood. But if I had to choose one, I'd go Rowville.
I think that if our Balwyn move on, whoever they play, their defensive game style is going to be a problem. The further they go, the more attacking sides they're going to come up against.
So that is all we have time for on the pre-game show. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Brett. And on the other side of this break, we will have the qualifying final between Balwyn and Rowville live from Bayswater Oval.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Bayswater Oval qualifying final for the Premier Division Final Series. It is Balwyn versus Rowville. A massive game this afternoon. The winner to move on to the semi-final to play East Ringwood, and the loser will await the result of tomorrow's elimination final between Vermont and South Croydon. Great to have the Premier Division senior men's competition back into the finals swing of things. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Ray Baird, Wayne Brasher, Paul Uconi and Brett Beston and Jared Beanland on the boundary. Ben, I'll start with you. Great to have you back at Bayswater Oval calling a big final.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ryan. I'm just looking at Ray next to you. He's sitting up on a high chair. It's ridiculous. And at least he's at eye level with the rest of us, so that works out all right.
So who's going to be the ventriloquist act?
I love Bayswater Oval. I love driving out here and knowing that I'm coming to watch a football game, because when we come out here, we know we're watching Premier Division as well. And the standard today is going to be second to none. There's no doubt. Both sides having a fantastic year. It's a mouth-watering final. There's absolutely no doubt. There's a good crowd in here. Hopefully the weather stays okay. It's a bit blustery, but it's been windy and a drainer all week across Melbourne. Let's just hope that dies down a little bit, because the skills are going to be on play today. There is a lot of class acts out there. There's too many to name now, but I reckon this game's going to go right down to the wire. And if you're in the area or around, you're crazy if you don't come down and have a look today.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still plenty of people to come down. Obviously, the crowds hasn't quite hit its peak with the two reserves and under-19s qualifying finals happening just before between East Ringwood and Vermont. Also joining me on my left, Ray Baird, who's pinched a very interesting chair. There's clearly some chairs that would be on equal level of us, but you've gone for the above and beyond.
Well, I can't see over the screen if I sit in the other way, mate. No, but look, I've got to give credit to the two coaches on Pregame, because they opened up. They opened up and told us everything, and they were absolutely magnificent. But look, a great game. I love these finals at Bayswater. It's just something about Bayswater, and a good crowd in here today as well. And the ground is looking in magnificent condition. Although I'd like to see green grass.
It'd be nice to see some green, wouldn't it?
It would be. But anyway, look, and we're in for a great contest, that's for sure.
But there is green grass. It's in the middle, can't you see that?
Yeah, well, it's better than years ago, Ben. You remember we come here at grand final day and it would be thick black turf. You know.
So, I thought he was going to say something else for a moment.
It's a bit of an improve. And also joining us for the first time this afternoon is Wayne Brasher. Brash, always good to have you and your company on a finals game.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and it's great to be with the team again on Saturday afternoon. Bayswater Oval, September, or last day in August, but it's finals football, it's Premier Division football, and it's football at its best.
Charlie Haley won the toss and Balwyn are kicking to the Bayswater Hotel end.
He's switched on, Ray. He's already gone on board. And also joining us is Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre. Paul, great to have you this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ryan. It's great that to be back here for Premier Division finals, and I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely right, Brash.
Yeah, look, just for our listeners, I've got some just stats at a glance just before we head into the contest this afternoon. Let's have a quick look at Balwyn. In their last 8 appearances, they've won 3 and lost 5. Their average point scored is 68 in the last 8. Top 5, interestingly enough, gentlemen, 0 and 4 against the top 5 sides in the last half of the season. Average points in the last 3 games, 64. Head-to-head, they've beaten Rowville once by 46 points in round 4. Whilst on the Rowville side, in their last 8, 5 wins and 3 losses. Average points over the last 8 games, 92. Top 5, they've beaten 2 and 2 in the last 8 games. Average points in the last 3, 102. And in round 13, they beat Balwyn by 23 points. So all the facts and figures point to a Rowville victory, but it's going to be a lot closer than what we think.
Yeah, I think so. It's very interesting that the sides finishing in 2nd and 3rd aren't particularly in the best of form coming into a final series. We've also got Brett Beston and Jared Beanland on the boundary, and Jared, I'll start with you. Ray's already done one of your jobs for you with the toss. Talk to us about the conditions out there.
Yeah, it's pretty grey. It looks like it's going to be threatening rain a little bit, but I
hopefully it will hold off. The wind it's in fits and starts, I suppose. It's going to be favouring the right side of your radio dial by the looks of things when it does pick up, and it does seem pretty strong when it does pick up. The ground is pretty spongy, pretty soft, hopefully it's going to be a solid game.
Yeah, certainly right. Well, we've got both you down at ground level. Your tips for today's clash?
I've got Rowville by 3 goals.
Yeah, I went Rowville by 2 goals. Yeah, the ground it's in pretty good nick down here. I just got the key out and put that in. No, but it's only Greg reference here. But no, it's going to be a fantastic day down here. The wind has got up in the last few minutes, so it's probably going to come in fits and starts, but should be a cracker.
Yeah, certainly right. Paul will go through the tips for the panel. Paul, your tip this afternoon?
Me, I'm going to go Balwyn by about 2 goals.
Rash?
Rowville by 8 points.
I think we know who Ray's tipping.
24 points, Rowville.
I've gone pretty much the same margin. Ben?
Balwyn by 2 points.
Very nice. We'll see how that all plays out this afternoon. We're almost ready to go for the first bounce.
Interesting enough, both sides have made 4 changes from their last encounter. So both sides have gone all in with the best sides.
Well, that's certainly right. Definitely a massive difference between making the second semi and having a chance at a grand final rather than going through the first semi. But here it is, first bounce of the qualifying final. Ben Warren-Smith, take us underway.
Chevy Anderson will go up against Show and Makers. Ball hit the deck. Going in after it there was Turner. Got dispossessed, streaming through Rowville. Little handball out wide. Quickly wrapped up there was Liam Coughlin, brought to ground in a strong tackle by Wilson, and will have a bounce. So the umpire throws it up again. Showmaker's got that one. It cleanly came down to Stapleton, though. Little handball backwards was okay. Rowville a chance to go forward. An up and under kick was looking for the direction of Taylor. It went over the top of his head. The wind's going to play a factor in this game. Little handball by Schruck was okay. They go out wide. Trapping it nicely was Brolly. Got the quick hands. Rowville going deep into the forward pocket. Which way's this one to go? Getting one bite on it there was Taylor. Couldn't do it. Snap around the body there by Wide. Gets the first goal on the board. It only took the Hawks 1 minute, and they are off to a flyer here out at Bayswater Oval in the Premier Division qualifying final.
Yeah, that's a great start for Rowville there, in particular Lockie Wine. He is a confident player. If he kicks goals early, he usually gets a bag full.
Yeah, that's certainly right, and they seem to win when he is on song.
Here it goes, a bit of argy-bargy. Top of it.
What do you expect in a final?
Ray, I reckon if sports bet on that game, there would have been a lot of money on Lockie Wine kicking the first goal of the contest.
I would say so.
I would have been on it too.
Yeah, so would have I. Put that in my same game multi.
And Tyson Schruck is in the midfield in the Lockie McDonald's absence.
And Showmaker's out of the ruck again. He's had a massive season for the Hawks, as we're going to get potentially another ball up with a big tackle laid there from the big man in Showmakers, following up the good work. Rowville with the quick start. Let's go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Quick matchups. Winders being followed by Walker down the other end of the ground, as we heard from Ben Wise. Braden LaPlanche has gone to Charlie Haley.
So back in the middle again, the tap down, Brolick and his new hairstyle. The kick forward from Stapleton, and the mark in defence taken there by Caden Schreiber. Out at half back for the Tigers. Their first chance to have a bit of composure.
That would be their first possession, clear possession.
And there it goes down the wing. It's probably a poor one. It's going to be cut off by the Hawks, linking up McDonald. And they move it forward through Clark. Clark goes backwards, the hands, before they go forward again. In front, taking the mark there is Josh Pollux, who'll need a big afternoon for the Tigers.
My oath he will.
So Pollock is weighing up his options here. Far side of Bayswater Oval. Just gets underneath it and kicks it out to the wing, so it's about a 3-on-3 situation out here. Lyle was in there, got a handle on it, but the Hawks have the numbers at the ground. Falling over at the crucial stage was Brolick. The umpire's paid a free kick. It might be a throw. It is going the way of the Hawks. Recipient being Lockie Stapleton. 1 straight 6, Rowville. Balwyn yet to score. So Stapleton unloaded. Feels like there's a decent. It feels like the breeze is going the way of the Hawks. Showermakers is out in front then. Screaming for players to come up and at it. Went into the direction there of Wind. Went over the top of his head. Almost a push in the back. Schruck came in, quickly wrapped up there by Schreiber. And we will have a ball up 45 metres out from the Hawks goal line. Go to Paul Yaconi, the stat centre.
Yeah, Rowville have the early forward territory dominance, 5 inside 50s to zip.
Anderson got the knockdown straight into Josh Clark's arms. He was strongly tackled by Bowen Smith, and he receives a free kick for holding the ball.
One of the key players for the Tigers this season, chips it backwards to Walker. Resetting before they switch it towards the broadcast side. The kick was smothered by Taylor. It still ends up in the hands of Walker. Long handball out of defence, trying to get it to Lever. Bouncing out the back there is Rid, and it's going to come back. It's a free kick towards the Tigers, holding on.
How is that not advantage paid?
Yeah, you would have thought so, but it's going to come back to Noah Lever, the half back line for the Tigers. 4 minutes into this game. It's Rowville 1 straight 6. Balwyn yet to get the ball inside 50. And they go towards Rid again. Juggling mark fell into the hands of a teammate at the back, and they link up again through Markovski. Back to Rid. Rid can send the Tigers into attack for the first time. Standing underneath this one is Charlie Haley, taking the mark on the chest. A beautiful play from Rid. And Tigers
great transition from the half-back line by Balwyn then.
Beautiful kick.
And that was, it was a beautiful kick because he kicked it out in front and gave them no chance.
That's right. It favoured Charlie, who these sort of goals are just bread and butter for the small forward. And he puts it through. The Tigers get there first. 1 straight 6 Balwyn, 1 straight 6 Rowville. Come out to 5 minutes into this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Let's go down to the boundary to Brett Beston.
Yeah, just going to mention about the breeze. I think that was quite a good indicator of it there. I think the defence actually misjudged the win there because the ball just seemed to just carry forever and it just went right over the back. So that's something that they're going to have to watch.
One player that needs a big game for Balwyn this afternoon is Kane Turner. Ex-North Melbourne guy. He's come to Balwyn this year with a big reputation. It's time for him to show us what he's got.
Back in the middle here, it's all square. Let's hope it stays close all day. Anderson roved his own football. Brolick was over the top of him. Umpire said play on. Little handball going through, but it was cut off by Sticker. Inside forward 50 for Rowville. Underneath it, though, in position A, Josh Pollock takes the mark. Might go for the switch here. His eyes are searching each and every way, but he elects to go for safety and drives it down the wing position. A big kick as well. It was a good one up towards the true centre wing position here. They might have the numbers. A lot of players were around that kick, so we're going to have a stoppage.
Brolick's been prominent early in the midfield.
Showmaker's got the knockdown. He was looking for Brolick. It was stolen by Markovski, who swung around and then on the left boot drives the ball inside forward 50. Haley used his body really well. Nicely done. He ducked under it. He snaps around the body. This will be some sort of a goal. What an absolute pearler that was. Charlie Haley, eat your heart out. And Balwyn have the lead out here at Bayswater Oval. They've kicked 2 in a row now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it's straight kicking as well. 2 straight 12 to Rowville, 1 straight 6.
Well, you can always depend on Charlie Haley to do something mercurial, Ray.
No, that's right. You've got to be right on him. You can't give him a metre or so. Great play by Haley then.
I think the other... let's go boundary side.
Just one jumper change, gentlemen. Cooper McDonald is wearing the number 63 today. Also, an interesting matchup that I've spotted. Jordan Lyle is being tailed by Jackson Gordian. So Rowville giving away a bit of height in that matchup.
So the Tigers have had 2 quick ones, and both coming from the most dangerous forward on the ground in Charlie Haley.
In the comp.
Yeah, absolutely right. The best small forward. Tap down again. It's going to go the way of Balwyn through Bowen Smith. Bouncing footy in towards their forward half. Gave Nathan Oakes a bit of work to do. So we'll get a ball up inside 50. 2 straight 12 to 1 straight 6. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM. Brolly got the quick clearance out of defence. Couldn't quite grab it there. Could Young. Picked up now from the Tigers. Bit slippery by the hands. Wood picks it off. Got it off to Martini. Martini towards the half-forward line over the top of Flakemore, who can run on the boundary line, getting the handball. It's cut off this time by McDermott. McDermott out of defence, hits up a target in Cunningham. And they're able to switch this through the corridor. It was a dangerous kick, but Sticker was in the right position to take the mark. His kick is a bouncing one ahead of Lever. Had plenty of time to pick it up and go through the corridor again. Alex Urban gets his first look at it. He's got plays on the broadcast side, but decides to go right down the line because he's got Turner by himself. Turner inside 50 in the direction of Haley. Couldn't quite bring it down at ground level. The Hawks have got to do well here to clear it out of defence. Shrook's got it now. There's a free kick being awarded, and it is going in the direction of Balwyn, and it's going to Charlie.
Non-officiating umpire coming in there.
So Charlie Haley, who's already got 2. Will have a chance to kick his 3rd in just 8 minutes.
I think that was actually for a throw.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
That's what I believe it was.
Too many players around it.
So he's had 2 in a row. This would be 3. And quite the start for Charlie and the Tigers from just below the arc. He nails it. Charlie has 3. And the Tigers moved to 3 straight 18. Rowville 1 straight 6. Coming up to 9 minutes in this first quarter.
Brash, it's quite obviously that Balwyn want to play on, move the ball as quick as they can, which they did then and caught Rowville back 6 out.
Well, they have to. I think that's the way they've got to play. They've got to attack. Interesting enough, this has got the hallmarks of exactly the same first quarter that Balwyn put in last year's elimination final or qualifying final against Blackburn. Charlie Ailey was present in that day as well.
Well, we're back in the middle here. Lyle goes up, got the knockdown, quick handball out by Stapleton. He was looking for Brolick. It bounced out towards the Coghlan direction. Had to ride the Turner tackle, did just that. Handball back towards the Brolick direction. They're working hard to get the ball forward here. Rowville hitting the deck was Noah Lever. He was wrapped up, and we will have the ball up as we cross the boundary side.
It's going to start getting a bit more slippery, guys. It's been spitting for quite a while, and it seems to be getting slightly heavier.
Besto can't take a trick. He either gets burnt or he gets rained on as the umpire throws the ball up now. Little knockout by Shoemaker straight down the arms of Brolick. He linked up well with McDonald and the umpire's called it back though. So another free kick for the fend off against Brolick. So free kick going the way of the Tigers.
Free kicks 4-1 the way of Balwyn, and the clearances are 4-2 the way of Rowville.
Great work, Paul, in the stat centre today. Ball goes deep. Sticker was in there. He hit the deck trying to get it out. The umpire said it was okay. We'll have a ball up 50 metres out from the Balwyn goal line.
So the Tigers have responded very well to the quick start from Rowville in the first couple of minutes. It's all been Balwyn since then. Tap down from Lyle. Running in first was Urban. No free kick awarded. Turner's in there. And we're going to get a ball up on that far side. 10.5 minutes played first term. Qualifying final in Premier Division for 2024. So no one really contests the ruck. Shoalmakers tries to stamp his authority coming through. Picked up that time by Coghlan and wrapped up right away by Turner. And we'll have a ball up from the same spot.
Tackles so far are 7 apiece.
Good pressure from both sides as Rowville look to escape. It's an interesting kick, but it's going to come back, and it's going to go again to Balwyn. And straight away, it's going to be Josh Sticker to send the Tigers inside 50 once again. He's called for play on. He's going to be caught from behind by Martini. He was called to play on.
Gonski.
And he's gone. Matt Martini out at halfback for the Hawks now. Just gives them a chance to steady as they are under the pump, the short kick backwards. And they'll just take some time here. Some scores around the grounds. We have Brash.
Yeah, Baronia not yet scored. Mulgrave 1-3. Park Orchards 1 goal 6. Mitcham 2 points.
Thanks, Brash. Working around the grounds as well today as the ball's knocked over by Schreiber. So it's on the far side of Bayswater Oval. True centre wing position. Get down here today. The best of the best are going at it, excluding a couple of other sides who have made the finals, but you know what I mean. As Turner from the stoppage swings around on the left, bouncing football straight through the arms of Lamont, who goes after it, wins his own football again, shoots goalward. Oh, don't tell me he's put this one through. They just can't miss at the moment, the Tigers. That's 4 straight here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've crossed 12.5 minutes here in the first term. They are just plucking them from everywhere, Ray Bear.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they seem to want the ball a little bit more than what Rowville do at the moment. Some clumsy tackling and whatever by Rowville, but good luck to Balwyn.
The Thatchers had all the numbers in that contest. Let Lamont run through. And very accurate in front of goal. 4 straight.
Great second effort.
Balwyn have settled well into this game after the early start by Rowville. They've had 6 of the last 8 entries.
So back in the middle again. The Hawks with the tap down, but once again, it's all Balwyn with the numbers, trying to get the clearance forward. There was Lever, and it's cut off this time by Tyson Schrook. As his brother there to pass it on. Mitch Schrook goes towards the boundary line and couldn't quite hit Matt Taylor. That's out of bounds on the full. So Balwyn again, their pressure has been first class, and Schreiber to take this kick towards big fly. Couldn't quite mark it, and it's going to be a free kick against Stainthorpe. And the Tigers go towards Bowen Smith, who can drill it from here. Bowen Smith towards goal. It's going to go to the left.
Gee, that's a let-off.
Score. But he would look dangerous from there. 4-1-25 Balwyn, 1 straight 6 Rowville. We've played 13.5 minutes first term.
Charlie Haley was not happy on the point of the goal square that he didn't get that one.
That was a definite let-off there for Rowville because Smith had no opposition and 5 metres either way.
Jackson McDonald goes short. Finds LaPlanche, who just weighs up his options. They know they've just got to hit the targets now, Rowville. A kick goes out wide and a strong mark has been taken as well. I think that was Tillig who got down and picked himself up. Little toe poke further afield. So they just enjoy slowing the tempo down a little bit now. The Hawks, 14 and a half gone. You call the women's, Ray, I call the men's as it goes up towards the half-forward line. Ball swings around now, McDonald. Little handball to Shower Makers. He goes backwards. Little handball by Tillig. Oh, they've still got the numbers, though. Under a lot of pressure here. Stapleton goes up towards the 50. Almost taking a mark there was Colclough. He dropped what he probably should have taken in the end, but he was under a lot of pressure. But here's Coughlin on the right boot. Says sail for goal. Oh, they're kicking some crackers this afternoon, aren't they? Both sides. Rowville bounce back. 2 goals straight they are on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Balwyn 4-1-25.
BWS, I will call the women when you start calling the men, okay?
Somehow I knew you were going to say that.
A much-needed goal there for Rowville because Balwyn was surging. You know, Bowen Smith had it converted. They were already down. They would have been down 4 goals early.
Look, one big advantage at Bayswater, they've got really wide pockets. You can kick goals from the pocket.
We've had a few already in this first term.
Yep.
6 goals in the first 15 minutes for the both two sides combined. Back in the middle we go again. Shoalmakers in the ruck, got the tap down, looking for McDonald in the 63 today. McDonald inside 50, bouncing footy is cut off and a big tackle laid there by Colclough. We'll see a stoppage inside 50 for the Hawks. They trail this game by 13 points. Early stages of this first term, tapped down in favour of the Hawks. All the numbers again towards the Tigers. Urban got it off to Smith. Smith the quick handball and once again right through the middle of the ground they go.
Nice
and a
kick.
mark taken out at half forward here for the Tigers for Tillig. Too far out to score. He's 55 out. Short kick forward to the Charlie Haley direction. Bit of a juggling mark, but he takes it. And with the wind advantage as well going to your right side of the screen, he'll have a shot from here. He'll be kicking just from the 50 with a tough angle. But the one person you want kicking it is Charlie. He's already got 3. This would be for goal number 4 in just 16 minutes of footy. Charlie Haley from outside 50. He's going to pop it up towards the top of the square. No mark taken. Who's the dangerous forward? Getting it first there was Sticker. Wrapped up in a tackle and caught for holding the ball. Free kick, Rowville.
So Brolick, who's donning the old peroxide hairdo. They've switched it across now, the Hawks. Little poke on forward. That's okay. Mark's been taken by LaPlanche, who took off and he got wrapped up. So a little bit lazy there. Pye comes in to bounce this one. About 60 metres out from the Balwyn goal line, leading this game by 13 points. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastland is streaming live around the globe, of course, on YouTube and Facebook. They worked themselves out of a phone booth. LaPlanche got the handball out. Here's Colclough. Got the look-away handball. Was intended for Wood, but the paint beats both players, and over she goes, almost hitting LKLM Media Van. Best in the business when it comes to all your broadcasting needs. We'll have a boundary throw-in. Nice to have some play on this side of the ground. Pye comes in. Anderson flicked it over the back. It was intended for Lever and it worked out perfectly, but his kick was smothered. Charging through there was Turner. Couldn't quite release the ball through the arms there of Schrook. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. We're going to have a stoppage here, or a free kick has been plucked out from about 40 metres away, and it's going to go the way of Nashwood. He's got further afield. Got Taylor, barely went the required distance, but the umpire said it was okay. So Taylor's going to go for the old switcheroo here. Always risky when you go into that defensive arc, but they do have the numbers here, Rowville. I'm just weighing up their options, and probably should have been a little bit quicker with that, but they might go back for the switch back the other way. McDonald was short. So short passes on. Still in that defensive zone, and eventually it does go back to that switch, and they are under a bit of pressure here. The kick goes out wide. It was risky business, but the mark's been taken by Verrill, who's got a player further afield. His teammate in Coughlin over the top there to Brolick, who's been lively early. Short passes on, and here's Wood. True centre wing position, drives the ball up towards the half-forward line. Taylor, it went over the top of his head. It's just got to sit up nicely for him. He needed the little handball to hit the target. It's worked out okay. They did have runners here, the Hawks, but the Tigers also had the backs there, but holding the ball has been paid there. That was silly by Cunningham. He thought he had more time than he did, but they've coughed it up, Rowville. The kick goes inside, then it goes back out, a kick off the ground, and the mark has been taken there by Schrook, who'll have a ping from 50 metres. Might be too far out to score here. 13 points is the margin. Short passes are on, and the targets are on.
Sloppy defensive work by Balwyn then.
Yeah, they didn't man up, and they just allowed Rowville, that loose man, to run into space.
Mav Taylor will have a shot. He's going to back himself in here. You can see just even on the screen just the how much the wind is howling out there. He's going to take his very best effort. Be a very handy goal. They've stemmed the flow, Rowville, in the last 5 minutes or so. So Mav Taylor comes in now, gets underneath it. It's just going to sit up. It's going to float through and go right. And through for one behind. 2 goals the difference here. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Time on here in the first term as we go around the grounds with Rain Brasher.
Yeah, Mulgrave 1-3-9 leading Baronia 2 points. Park Orchards 1 goal 6 leading Mitcham 3 behinds.
Thanks there, Brash, doing the around the ground scores this afternoon. A long kick out of defence. Overpasses everyone. Running onto this first will be McDonald for the Hawks, as he runs it over the line, and we'll get a boundary throw, and that's a great result for Balwyn. Gained a lot of territory from that kick.
Ben Wise has done the switch. LaPanche has come off Haley, and Jesse Aycock has gone onto him.
Had a great grand final performance last year, doing the job on Kelkovsky. Probably the one player that could limit Charlie's influence as Rowville looked to clear this one out towards the direction of Mav Taylor, who punches it towards the boundary line, kept in by the Hawks. The quick handball, and forward they go. The kick, though, may be out of bounds on the full, and Balwyn will take this through the hands of Bowen Smith, or in fact, Walker will take it from him. No, he'll give it back to Bowen Smith as he looks a dangerous kick in defence, and it's turned over into the hands of Martini, and that was a big risk. And didn't need to do it.
I don't know. That late in the quarter, you've got the ball, you go down the line.
Yeah, you've got to play the percentages right.
Across the goals.
There's still 10 minutes to go.
Cunningham was there, but he was stationary, so it was always going to be a dangerous kick. But this is a chance for Martini to make Balwyn pay for their errors. Martini lines up, puts it on the boot, and kicks a goal for Rowville. 3-1-19. They trail Balwyn 4-1-25. 21 and a half minutes played second term.
It's almost like a game of two halves. Rowville controlled probably the first 10 minutes, Balwyn the next 10, and now it's a little bit goal for goal now heading into time on.
Well, they certainly got themselves back in the contest after a burst by Charlie Haley, and now the Hawks just regain control, it seems.
Strangely enough, Brash, both coaches talk about momentum. We had to hit the scoreboards, and that's what's happening.
So Anderson to go up against Schoenmakers once again. 6 points is the margin out here. Straight down to Brolick, got the link-up handball. That was good. Inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Rowville getting underneath it there was Young. Went backwards to go forwards. Now the kick goes driving in towards the forward pocket. Sitting at the back in position A. Lachlan Wind, who gave a little nudge just at the last second. Josh Walker gets the free kick. It was Tiggy Touchwood. The umpire was right on spot. So kick goes over now. Mark's been taken there by, it was Cunningham who went further afield. Ridd takes off. Grandstand side at Bayswater. It was a floating kick, goes up towards the wing position. It bounced favourably there for Lyle. Got the handball away. That was okay. Lever this way, that way. Lost the footy. Brolick link up handball was good. Here's Stapleton on the left boot. Inside 450. Nobody's home though. except for that man, Louis Cunningham, who's having a pretty good quarter so far as the long kick goes out wide. Markowski made space, and he can take off to the races as well. He arched the back, got the handball away. Anderson, the big man, thumps it on his boot, looking for Haley inside forward 50. They were all over him. The umpire said play on. The Hawks have got the numbers across the back. A scrambly kick, though, goes over and over a boundary line, and over she goes as we go down boundary side.
That's what Jesse Icos is. Yeah, he's going to do better than Braden LaPlanche. He just gave Charlie Haley absolutely no space in that one, and it could have saved a goal there for Rowville.
Yeah, certainly right. He's been the hot hand early, has Charlie. First time he's probably been beaten on a one-on-one contest. The tap down there from Lyle. It's the Hawks who clear this one out of defence. Anderson's underneath this for the Tigers. No mark taken. He was contested there by a Hawks player in Flakemore. And we might get a stoppage inside 50 here for the Tigers. 24 minutes gone first term. It's a 6-point lead to Balwyn around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, Mulgrave must be kicking with the wind here. They're 1-7-13 leading Baronia 2 points.
Missed opportunities, big tackle there laid. Broly got the kick away just in time and got it off to McDonald. As you said, 1 goal, 7 against Baronia in the first term. That'll come back. Oh. The kick was smothered. Here's Turner. Decided to go for it. Put it on the left boot. Snap towards goal. Tigers have their 5th, 5-1-31, 3-1-19 Rowville, 24 minutes played, and Kane Turner did
I think he hit the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's stubbed his foot into the ground and
smothered by the ground itself.
I have to say, though, that is not the first time I've seen McDonald do that during the season.
No.
It's been an issue.
That was my signature kick back in the day.
That was a good kick.
He did 2 things wrong. He should have moved the ball on a lot quicker because they had players on the outside here. But then when he did finally do it, we saw what happened.
Let's go boundary side to Jared.
Interesting to see LaPlanche. He's gone back to Haley. Eichhoff's not off the field, though.
Big knockdown that time. Thanks very much as Colclough was in there. Still trying to work their way forward. Somehow kick goes inside forward 50 for Rowville, but nobody's home. Wayne Brasher, I feel like you've got around the ground scores for us.
Park Orchards 1-3-9, Mitcham 3 behinds.
Nicely done as Schreiber got the kick in the middle, knocked on by Turner. Now all of a sudden the Tigers are on the half-forward line. Sticker released it. It comes out now. This is a go for Sticker. Short passes on. Well, they just did it pretty easy then, didn't they, the Tigers? They had to work through a fair bit of traffic from the back line through to the forward line, but they've been managed to be able to hit the targets and will have another shot on goal. They currently lead this game by 2 goals and a chance to extend that to 3 with Jack Tillig ball in hand. So he'll kick for him just inside the paint, but he's little angle to speak of. It's good play just to be out in front, good jukes. So Jack Tillig comes in now and leans over it, and he's pushed it left. I think a couple of times we've seen players aim for that side and hoping the wind will bring it back, but it hasn't been that. Hasn't done just that. So a let off for Rowville. They'll be happy with that result. 5-2-32, the Tigers. The Hawks, 3-1-19.
The inside 50 marks in this first quarter are 3 apiece, so plenty of opportunity so far.
And a long kick out from Schrook. The mark wasn't taken by McDonald. And we'll get a ball up on that far side.
It's like, that was a mark?
He appealed for it. He'll end up with the footy here. Lever with the big tackle. And it's a sling tackle, says the umpire. So McDonald will play on right away. It's going to come back.
You don't think that was a match-up because he didn't pay the mark?
It could have been
Wasn't much in the
square up.
Tackle.
Yeah. Brash?
First call from Div 3 preliminary final. It's Knox 1-6-12 trailing Surrey Park 2-3-15 at quarter time.
Thanks, Brash. And if you just joined us here, it's Balwyn 5-2 to Rowville 3-1 when we've played 27 minutes into this first term. And for a side that has struggled on the scoreboard, or hitting the scoreboard in the last 8 weeks, Balwyn have had the hot start with 5 goals. They are kicking with the wind. The kick forward to Stapleton for the Hawks. 70 out from home. He'll put it in the direction of Wind out the back. He's got 2 to beat. Walker and Anderson. Wind doing very well. Almost got it on the second mark. Still ends up with a footy. Pushed in the back. Nothing paid. And instead, we'll get a ball up.
Has he worn the glove all year, Ray?
No, he hasn't.
No. New addition, the Cameron Cloak style glove. There's Balwyn trying to get this one out of defence as the siren for quarter time sounds. And a great quarter of Premier Division Finals football sees Balwyn lead 5-2-32 to Rowville 3-1-19 at the first break. Ben Warren-Smith with the goal kickers from the first term.
Well, what an opening quarter it was by the skipper of the Balwyn Tigers. Charlie Haley went bang, 3 goals. He's the major goal kicker on the ground. 1 each to Turner and Lamotte for Rowville. They're all singles. 1 goal to Wind, Coughlin and Martini. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast this afternoon on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 down, 3 to go, and all those important around-the-ground scores for all those finals action games out in the eastern suburbs right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Bayswater Oval. It's a qualifying finals to Premier Division football. And what a start we've had out here. It's the Tigers who had a wind advantage in the first term. They lead 5-2-32 to Rowville 3-1-19. Paul Yaconi, have you got some stats that matter from that first term?
Yeah, the clearances are 9-6 the way of Rowville. The inside 50 marks, 3 apace. The intercept marks 5-2 the way of Balwyn. The tackles 15-12 the way of Rowville. The inside 50s 16-11 the way of Rowville, and the free kicks are 7-6 the way of Balwyn.
Doing a great job. Wayne Brasher, some more scores that have come through from around the grounds. We've got finals action right across the league.
We have in Div 1, Park Orchards 1-4-10 leading Mitcham, 3 behinds. In Div 2, we've got Bronya 2 points trailing Mulgrave 1-8-14. And in Division 3, we've got Surrey Park 2-3-15 leading Knox 1-6-12.
Thank you very much, Wayne Brasher. And just your take on that first quarter. Like you said, there was patches of ownership of the quarter by each side there, but the Tigers probably just get the points there. But however, they did have the breeze.
They did, and I think it was the fact that too that they were able to create a few more turnovers, and I think they hurt Rowville more when Rowville turned the ball over. I felt that they probably left 2 goals in the shed, Bayswater and Balwyn in that quarter. Rowville, on the other hand, they managed to get the game back on their terms for probably 10 to 12 minutes to stem the bleeding. I think they're still right in it. They'll probably need to, hit the scoreboard a little bit more in this second quarter to hopefully have a nice little lead at half time.
Ray Baird's been shaking hands and kissing babies. What's the take out in the crowd?
No, people like to talk to me, that's all. I can't knock them back. When you're popular, well, you would know, Baird. but look, on this game itself, I think Ben Wise would be... things to patch up, but with that win, there's a 2-goal win going down that end. I look at it that way. So it's Rowville's turn this time. They've got to just hit the scoreboard.
Isn't it? 2 goals.
Yeah, I think that probably keeps them in a good spot. And we're going to get one of the coaches down on the boundary. It looks like we might get Ben Wise, thanks to Jared Beanland, who's there now.
Boundary.
All yours, Jared.
Got Ben Wise, senior coach of Rowville. Mate, what do you want to see more of from that quarter, and what do you want to see less of?
Mate, more scoring, that's for sure. I thought we dominated clearance. We just probably didn't get to execute forward to centre. I just thought we had shallow entry, so if we can get that a little bit deeper, then we can defend it a bit more, and that just sort of loaded their offensive run off half-back. So if we can just tinker a few things with our ball movement, I think it'll be a lot better for us.
You mentioned deeper entries. I assume the wind will help with that. Are you going to adjust to that at all this quarter?
Yeah, you've got to adjust to it. It's windy conditions out here. Yeah, look, we'll look to do a couple of things a little bit different, but it's not going to do it. It's not going to do the job for us.
Thanks, Wisey.
Thanks there, Jared Beanland, with Ben Wise, the senior coach of the Rowville Football Club. Quarter time score 5-2-32, Balwyn to 3-1-19 Rowville. But as we said, the wind is certainly going towards your right side of your radio dial. Let's go down to Brett Beston on the boundary.
Yeah, Brenton Sanderson was pretty upbeat, as you'd expect, at the quarter-time huddle. He's really wanting the side to focus. He said after the contest, even if they lose the contest, lose the clearance, or they really need to stay in the contest. He's looking for them to be a bit cleaner, particularly at ground level. He wants them to stay over the ball in the contest, and he's looking for them to go quite attacking in this quarter. He really wants them to outscore Rowville in this quarter.
And they've had issues probably maintaining that scoring power across the 4 quarters. So interesting to see how this goes. Second quarter action underway out here at Bayswater Oval.
13 points is the margin. Showmaker's a big leap that time, and a left arm slap goes forward straight into the arms of Martini, who was wrapped up in a tackle, and we'll have a restart. See Charlie Haley starting in the middle in this term. Player throws it up. Fresh air shot by all. Showmakers was in there, stolen by Gottliebsen, who's been quiet first term. There's no doubt about that. Knock over the top there. Here's Lever. Did really well. Here's Haley. He marches in. He might be in the middle, but he's still working his way forward. A chip kick over the top was perfect to Lyle, who the big man just had to stand strong, stick the jukes up and clunk the mark.
Nice kick by Charlie. Well weighted to position for Lyle. Lyle, just all he had to do was just lead into the contest. Actually don't mind Charlie Haley going into the midfield for probably a 5-10 minute burst. It just breaks the line up a little bit up for Balwyn.
Well, this is be some sort of a start kicking against the breeze. If Jordan Lyle can kick this one, he's going to get pretty close to the man on the mark here. He's going to sloppily kick it towards the forward pocket. It was one of the uglier kicks you'll see in Premier Division. There's no doubt about that. And it drifted down, but it'll be a free kick to Rowville. Advantage was paid, so the kick goes down the wing position. Flakemore let it go over the top of his head, charging after it, Martini. He wasn't the first to meet it. Schreiber was there. He hit the deck. Martini over him. And the umpire said all was fair. He probably was a bit stiff there, Martini, but just didn't quite hold the tackle. And we will have a ball up 60 metres out from the Rowville goal lines. Anderson got that knocked down that time, but straight into the arms of his opponent, Showmakers. And the big man has to have 2 Tigers bring him to deck.
It's been an intriguing matchup between Anderson and Showmakers early. Neither player's really taking it to the other at the moment.
Well, this time it was Showmakers got to get right down to Shrook. Shrook towards the dangerous area. Out the back was Walker, who pushed aside Lockie Wine to take the mark. Such an interesting battle between the two this afternoon we have. As Lockie Wine kicked the first goal, and since then Walker's been pretty good, and he'll go towards the far side. This time big jump and probably gave away a free kick. Did stick there, and is going in the direction of Cooper McDonald. So McDonald putting the Hawks back into attack. Here's Wind again. Out there is A strong mark by Walker. He's done well twice on 2 occasions in this quarter. And again, we'll go towards that far side, this time a short chip, and finds a teammate in the back pocket.
So Balwyn through Goblebsen on the right boot. Drives it out of that defensive arc. Showmakers over the back, brought it to ground, but the Tigers have the numbers at the fall. Here's Urban, got the handball away. Quick kick by Markoski, but going nowhere. Straight down the throw to McDonald. Bring the ball back in now. Driving kick as well. We're in every bit of 60 metres over the back. Wind was there. He has to break the tackle. Got the handball away just in time. Over the back there was his teammate in Davey. Little kick up towards the top of the goal square. Oh, flyer over the back. It might be a push in the back. Surely it was. The 2 hands were clear and Schreiber will be the recipient. Martini giving away that free kick. Schreiber eyes really only for the far side, but he's darted them back to the grandstand side. Of course he did as soon as I said that, as he kicked it out, looking for Smith, who just holds it inside the line. Stuck in the hands nicely. Short passes on. Might ask for it back. Balwyn. Wilson's by himself, who's presented. He had to go hard at it, and he did just that. Fantastic stuff, Tommy Wilson. Little right foot poke to Haley, who's on the wing. Short pass by Haley. That was a good one as well. He doesn't waste a possession, does he? Nathan Oakes takes the mark right in front of us here in the broadcast position. With the audio and visual brought to you by LKLM Media. Today as the kick goes up towards the 50. Lyles the target. Will it go over the back of him? It did. Chevy Anderson, the big man. They had 2 twin towers to go for then. And Chevy takes the mark. He's about 55 out. There's not a chance in hell he can kick that. He didn't even kick it 20 metres in the end, and his kick got cut off. So here's a chance for Rowville to repel. The kick goes up towards the wing position. A one-on-one situation in shoes. Young was over the back. Pollock was in there, did really well at the second effort. Handball back, he was looking for Rid. Pollock got felled upon off the ball, so it'll come back to him, and it'll be a free kick to the Tigers across the half boundary line.
Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Looks like Ben Wise has definitively pulled the trigger and put Eichhoff on Haley, and LaPlanche has gone elsewhere.
We'll see how that plays out. Pollock's off to centre wing. Standing underneath it is Anderson. So is the other big fella in Lyle. Running through his Shrook. Tackled by 2 Tigers. And he is pinged. Holding the ball. Maybe a little bit stiff. Bowen Smith will play it on straight away. Got it off to Rid. Rid through the corridor. Great smother there by Clark. Still with the Tigers. Inside 50 they go thanks to Cunningham. But it's cut off by Showermakers to McDonald. And they'll clear it out towards us, broadcast side. Mark taken by Shrook. Tyson, the younger brother of Baxter Shrook, winning a best and fairest again in the junior comp early this year. The kick this time cut off by Oakes. And right down the middle is taken by Oakes. It was actually Urban who kicked it to him. And inside 50 they go. Charlie! And Charlie Haley will line up for goal number 4 just 5 minutes into the second term.
He seems to be everywhere at the moment, Charlie Haley.
Ball magnet.
They got at the moment. They probably don't have a match-up for him, right?
No, but his teammates are helping him. I was just watching as he was running up in front of us. They're taking his opponent. His teammates are taking him out to give him that 10 metres break.
And the kick from Oakes was perfect.
Yeah.
And he's had great delivery. And Charlie Haley, who already has 3 in the first term, looking for goal number 4 for the Tigers. Charlie comes in and makes no mistake right through the middle. Charlie's got 4 and the Tigers got 6. 6-2-38 to Rowville 3-1-19. 6 minutes played second term.
Gave the old Leighton Hewitt come on at the end there, out towards the dugout. That was
He loves it.
fantastic to see.
But you know, Charlie's not going to leave anything. He's always the eternal showman.
I watched The Greatest Showman last night. Just thought I'd throw that in.
I've never seen that movie.
Fantastic movie. I'm waiting for him to bring it out as a musical.
I love it how he says never seen that movie. It's only a couple of years old, Ryan. You've still got time.
Yeah, that's true.
A ball back in the middle now. It's a good one to have on date night, mate. You'll win some points. As it comes out now, linking handball. Turner on the right boot. Drives the ball out wide, making space out there. Markoski, and he takes off just as he loves to do. And he kicks it towards the Haley direction. And why wouldn't you? But this time he's out-muscled. Eichhoff did well. Took the mark. Short passes on to McDonald. Slowing things down in the old Dermot Brewer in 1988 grand final boots as it kicks it out wide. Dropping what he should have taken there was Verrill. Little handball was okay. He's Gordian. Up the wing position he goes, but nobody's home. Anderson's underneath it for the Tigers. The big man wastes no time. He wants to swing around on the right boot. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. McDonald was in there. Sticker was there. Strong tackle over the top there by Tillig. And we will have a
How
ball
was that
up.
not a free kick?
Let's go to Paul Yaconi on the stat centre.
Inside 50 so far, a 5-3 the way of Balwyn.
Show makers, thank you very much, Paul. Show makers almost went up unattended. McDonald, little handball out wide. They're under pressure here, the Hawkers. The umpire comes in and bounces it 45 metres out. Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Mulgrave 1-8, Baronia 1-4-10.
Well, so the wind's really playing havoc. You would think players aren't just missing goals for the sake of it. Markovsky rode the tackle, just got the handball out in time. They're going backwards to go forwards. Cunningham, who's been lively, drives the ball long right to the top of the goal square. His intended target was Lamotte, but Lamotte was not home. And the mark's been taken by Rowville. 8 minutes gone now. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
25.
It is a 19-point lead to Rowville. 25-metre penalty in towards the middle of the ground. Sorry, Ryan, as Shrook was in there. But the Tigers are going to get their chance to work their way through with the ball in the arms there of Rid, who's running away. But the umpire said, come back.
Yeah, that was a throw by Bowen Smith. No two ways about that.
Let's come back to Clark. Clark inside 50. The kick's not a great one. Picked off by Godleapson. And a shank of a kick towards the boundary line. Bounces before it goes out. Picked up by Jackson McDonald. Goes backwards to Lepanchi. Couldn't quite take the mark, but had plenty of space that he was able to find it anyway. Got the handball over the top. Back to McDonald. Tackled right away by Smith. The handball forward towards the boundary line. They still gain some territory. It's not pretty, but we'll get a ball up on that far side. Wayne Brashup.
Div 1, Park Orchards 2-4-16, leading Mitcham 5 behind.
Boundary.
Let's go down the boundary now, Brett Beston.
It's really noticeable. It's happened probably 3 or 4 times. The side that's kicking to the right of screen, the defenders are coming in and they're misjudging it because the wind is just catching the ball, and a couple of times it's got over the back or the defender's only just got to it. So that really is something that the side defending on the left of the screen is going to have to watch.
We'll see how it goes this time. Shook towards half forward. It's cut off this time again by the Tigers. Well done by Cunningham. Decides to go himself. The kick down the line is a great one and finds Oakes. And Oakes has got a player over the top who can chip it over to Sticker. Plays on right away, gets past an opponent, goes on to the right and puts it towards goal and nails it. What a finish from Jake Sticker.
That'd be goal of the day if we had it.
Certainly one of them. There's been quite a few in just the first quarter and a half. And the Tigers now move to 7-2-44, 3-1-19 Rowville, and they've kicked the first 2 of this second quarter against the Breeze.
Very good by Sticker then. He was able to turn his opponent inside out and come in from on the right side.
They're just looking a little bit more polished at the moment with their
Yeah,
disposal
look,
ball.
they're a pressure. I'm very impressed with Balwyn's pressure on the ball carrier. It's been fantastic.
Quickly, Ryan, Surrey Park 2-6-18, Knox 1-6-12.
Low scores, but not here. And that's danger signs, I think, at the moment for Rowville, because Balwyn is certainly on top. It came out Smith, slams it on his boot, goes inside forward 50, over the top there. That was okay. Lamotte got the handball away, man. At the moment, Sticker on the right boot, pokes it up towards the top of the goal square. Haley was there, just went through his legs, but he has the skill, the time, and the class to swing this ball around. He can't. It curled it a little bit too much, but it stays alive, and the mark's been taken by Tillich just on the behind line. You wouldn't read about it. Thought Charlie was going to bring the house down then, but he'll be happy with the same result if he can put this one through quickly, Paul.
5 inside 50 marks to zip this quarter in favour of Balwyn.
Jack Tillig to make it 3 goals. Bang! The Tigers are on fire out here. They lead by a decent margin. It's 50-19. That's a 31-point lead. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 11 minutes into the second term. And if I said it was danger signs before, it's danger signs now, Robert.
Yeah, no, look, as I said before, BWS, the pressure that Balwyn are putting on the ball carrier when Rowville do get possession of the ball has been really good. Rowville have just got to now just try and control the football if they can. Slow the game down and try and take it away from Balwyn.
They need 10 minutes of tempo football, right?
Yep.
Oh, they certainly do, because they could lose this game in the next 10 minutes if it keeps going this way in favour of the Tigers. 3 goals in this second term against the Breeze, back in the middle again. They're going to go through Urban, inside 50, looking dangerous. Out the back, couldn't quite take the mark. Juggling ball for Sticker. There's Lamotte, puts it on the right boot and is never looking like it to the right. So a minor score on a lead off, 8-3-51 to 3-1-19. The Tigers leading 12 minutes third term.
The clearances in the second term. The clearances in this second term are 6-1 the way of Balwyn. They're just getting smashed out of the middle, Rowville, so they need to win it out.
Should have done a lot better than that, Lamont, as the kick goes in towards the middle. We'll go boundary side shortly, but Balwyn just charging forward again as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Bouncing football. It'll be happy to be seen over as she goes. Let's go to Brett Beston.
Just going to mention, boys, we spoke before the game about how Balwyn had necessarily kicked big scores and probably not a high-scoring side, but it looks like they've found their kicking boots today. I mean, 8 goals in the first quarter, or the first half, is pretty impressive stuff.
And at the moment, it's raining goals, so there should be a few more to go on the board too as it comes out. Trying to break his way through is Josh Dicker, and he's quickly held up, and we'll have a ball up. Let's go to Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Division 2, Baronia 2-5-17 now in front of Mulgrave 1-8-14.
Stolen by Anderson out of the ruck, got boot to ball, kicked it inside forward, 50, bounced away, did a wrong and on Tillig. The Hawks have got the numbers, getting down under a fair bit of pressure there, Eichhoff. And he hit the deck, but he'll hand the ball back to the umpire. We have a stoppage.
Tell you what, I'd love to know the stats for Balwyn's tackles inside their own forward 50.
Big fly over the top. Ball hits the ground, and we'll do it all again. Haven't seen too many restarts this afternoon, which is always good. Free-flowing football. We like to see in Premier Division. Comes out now, going up in the ruck that time was Young. It fell down to Oakes. Oakes on the left boot. You would not read about it.
What a goal.
They are just clunking them from everywhere at the moment, the Tigers, against the breeze, against the wind. Everything was going against that kick, and he slammed it through on the left boot. I tell you what, if we haven't had a goal of the day contender every second goal, oh my God, that was fantastic. And they are really stamping their authority on this game, Wayne Brasher.
They certainly are, and that just makes my comment at Blackburn all those years ago, when the angle of the dangle goes well, BWS, it's always true to form.
One of the all-time great calls on 98.1 Radio East.
So suddenly, this margin's out to 38 points, 14 minutes into the second term. So back in the middle it goes. What have Rowville got? They've got to stop the flow and start scoring themselves if they're going to savour this game. Oakes out of the middle. The clearances have been dominated by Balwyn, as Paul has mentioned. Out the back, it's quick handball from Tillig, and they're off again. Sticker gets past an opponent, puts on the right boot towards the top of square. There's 2 one-on-ones. No free kick paid and tapped over the line. So just a minor score, 9-4-58 now, Balwyn, 3-1-19 Rowville. We're coming up to the 15-minute mark in this second term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I think it's 2 or 3 times this year I've called a game over and the other side's come back to win, but I'm not going to say that today because I don't want Ray to be happy. As it comes out now, as it comes out, McDonald gets quickly wrapped up in a tackle. It's a little bit too harsh, but I'll tell you what, they kick another one, I will say. Wayne Brasher.
Division 3, Surrey Park 2-7-19, leading Knox 1-6-12.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brash. Great work as it comes down to Young. Young, just scrambling kick. They'll take any bit of meterage they can get at the moment. The Hawks linking handball. Just went into really no man's land at the end of the day. They're under so much pressure. Lever was in there for Balwyn. Got brought to ground. Umpire said all's okay, and we'll have a ball up just outside the centre square, far side of Bayswater Oval.
Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Tap down, favour the Hawks. Martini, inside 50 they go, and a great mark taken by Curtis Flakemore, tucked in on the pocket.
It's been well held early, Flakemore.
Will take his best from here, but they are using the wind this quarter, and yet they haven't scored.
Well, I reckon, Ryan, they've had the ball in their forward 50 for only 3 minutes out of the 16 played.
Yeah, they've been well and truly dominated from the middle of the ground. So Flakemore needing a response for the Hawks. It's a good-looking kick. It's just to the left, so it's a minor score. 3-2-20 Rowville, 9-4-58 Balwyn. We played 16 and a half minutes in the second quarter. Let's go down to the boundary. Jared Beanland.
You're right, Brash. Curtis Flakemore has been well held, and it's a credit to Josh Pollux for that one today. And just quickly, Nick Schoenmaker's still off the ground. He's been off for quite a while, and they really need him back in there to start gaining the ascendancy in the stoppages.
Yeah, thanks, Jared. He looks like he's going to come on pretty shortly. Yep. He's got Nashwood side by side. Certainly it's time to have your best players on the ground as it comes out. Young had the front spot lie. A little flick was okay. Urban was in there on top of him. Stapleton and will have a ball up. 58 plays 20, 38-point margin. We didn't see this coming at the start of this term after Balwyn held a 2-goal lead. And Rowville kicking with a pretty decent breeze, although it's difficult to judge. But, you know, when you kick 9 goals halfway through a second term, Balwyn's making that look pretty easy at the moment. Free kick going the way of the Hawks, though. In that man, Brolick. I'm dyeing my hair that colour when I was in year 8. It's like 1996, back in the day.
When you had hair?
Yeah, that's right. When you were in your 60s.
Would have had the MC Hammer pants as well, did you?
The sorry part about that is it's true.
It goes inside 450. Wind was there, and it comes to ground. Flakemore is over there, and the slap bands and the happy pants and all those sorts of things.
Rat's tails.
Days of a bygone era.
You would have been in your element back then, Brash. I can just imagine what you were like.
Yeah, I had the pinstripe white suit, mate.
Watching WrestleMania, Brolick snaps around the body, bouncing football in towards the forward pocket, and over she goes, and we'll...
You ain't whistling Dixie there, sonny boy.
Oh, you heard that come through, and things are blowing over up here on the balcony. There's a big gust coming through Bayswater as we turn our attention back to the football. Slowed down a little bit, which Balwyn will be very happy with at the moment. Game's been played on their terms. Wine took it out of the ruck, handball straight to Colclough, who was wrapped up pretty quickly. It was a bit of a hospital handball. And we've got 4 Rowville players waiting to return to the field patiently down there. Ball's on the far side, though. Can't do much about it. Comes to ground level, picked up by McDermott, or a little kick off the ground. Matty Davey going, that was deliberate. No chance.
Not getting it.
One thing that's interests me, every time that Rowville go for the ball, difference between them is Balwyn have got 2 players always on the Rowville players' hammer, whereas it's not happening for Rowville. It seemed to be only one-on-ones.
Well, it was punch forward from Tillich that time, gaining some ground, but again, we'll have another stoppage. Far side, 19 minutes gone second terms. We set a 38-point lead to Balwyn in this qualifying final. The winner will play East Ringwood right here next Saturday. Tap down again in favour of the Tigers. Levers there, got past one, then got tackled in the second time. Bowen Smith's handball was cut off by Clark. Clark inside 50 for the Hawks. Juggling that mark was Wine, couldn't quite bring it down. And again, the Tigers' defence hold up.
I've got to say, since Walker's gone to the back line in the halfway through last year, he's really found his niche.
He certainly has. Tap down this time from Wind. Getting in there first. Snap around the corner was Taylor. A much-needed goal for the Hawks. They get their 4th, their first of the second term, 4-2-26. Balwyn 9-4-58, coming into red time of this second term.
All I'll say is we'll take it. No, the Balwyn have been fantastic in this quarter. Consolation goal there to Rowville. If they can snare another one, maybe at halftime they can recoup and start again.
Well, they worked hard to keep the ball inside that forward 50, to be honest, and they probably did deserve that. Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Division 1, Park Orchards 2-4-16, now lead Mitcham 1-6-12.
Yeah, pretty close all right across the board. See if Rowville can string a couple together and get themselves right back in this contest. And Show Makers knockdown went towards McDonald, overran it, picked up by Lyles. Kick was scrambled. Urban, quick kick was intercepted. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line now for Rowville. Bouncing over the top there of Young's head, who was able to get back and lay a quick tackle. Ball up at centre half forward. Wayne Brasher around the grounds again.
Baronia 3-6-24, now lead by 10 points over Mulgrave, 1-8-14.
Stapleton and Lyle used his bulk to get through, but Davey just somehow worked himself out of a phone booth. Set sail for goal. Matty Davey! You little beauty! He's a class act. He's been around a while. They love him down at the Hawktown, and he's kicked a very, very important goal, Wayne Brasher.
Certainly have. These are vital goals heading into junk time in the second half. Now there's a time that Rowville, if they can snare another couple of goals here, they'll get themselves right back in the contest and give themselves a better than even chance with the wind in the third quarter.
And a great kick by Matty Davey. Under pressure, check side, used the wind beautifully. And for a moment I thought it was going to be a contest on the line, but that wind played ahead.
Carried in the last 5, didn't it? Yeah.
The momentum's a funny thing. Back to 26 points out here at Bayswater Oval. Rowville still have the wind in this quarter, so they can kick a couple more. But it's a free kick this time going towards Kane Turner for the Tigers back in the middle of the ground. And they'll look to score themselves. Balwyn Smith will give it back to Turner on the handball. Turner inside 50, bouncing ball. Doesn't really favour anyone. Charlie's being beat this time by Eichhoff, but they still end up with the footy. Balwyn Smith got the handball off. Lever towards the far side. In front of Sticker, picks it up nicely, spins around on the right and puts it towards the top of the square. Lamont over the top of his head. Rowville looking to kill this footy. The free kick's being paid and it is going in the direction of the Hawks as we go around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, Division 3, Surrey Park 3-7-25, leading Knox 1-6-12.
Player down here for Balwyn.
Boundary.
And it's Charlie, I think.
Yeah,
Right
it
down
is,
boundary
it
side.
is
Yeah, it was a front-on collision.
It is Charlie Haley, and that is very unfortunate.
Did you catch what happened, Jared?
No, I didn't.
It was actually a front-on collision with his own player. Thought the Rowville guy sort of moved out the way and they slammed into each other.
Go on, Ray.
What? Go on? What? No, I'm just worried Lee Green's going to take over the special comments job.
He did well.
Well, when you start, Ray, you know.
Yeah.
No, Ray, I thought you were going to say, do you think he's winded?
No. I'm aware of that now.
No, he's got both legs. He's running.
There's plenty of things that will never get old.
I know
As Chevy Anderson gets in, got the knockdown. Shoalmakers did well to work his way to the front, slapped it forward about 5 metres. Out she goes.
When I finally depart this earth, that's going to come back and haunt at my funeral, I'm sure of it.
Well, we'll do whatever we can to find that footage, Ray.
Yeah. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today because Ray is winded.
Besto, boundary side.
I was just going to say, here lies Ray Beard. He's just winded.
Hey, Besto, you'll be walking home, mate. Sorry.
I don't be like that, Ray.
Anderson got the handball away to Cunningham, and Balwyn worked their way up towards the half-forward lines. Down in the arms of Lever, couldn't get out of traffic, and we'll have a ball up, 55 out.
And it's also an ill wind that blows as well.
Umpire throws it up now. Sometimes he just says some things I just don't get, but anyway, I'm sure it has substance. As Chevy Anderson's quickly wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up. 55 metres out from the Tigers' goal line. Showermakers got it away. Smith was there, but he's wrapped up by Stapleton. We'll have a ball up. 98.1 Radio Eastern this afternoon, and YouTube and Facebook streaming live around the globe, brought to you by LKLM Media, the best in the business, and things have slowed down a little bit. Hawks have got the last couple. They trail by 26. They'd love another one or two, but it is down Balwyn's end. What can they do? Can the Tigers get the next one and get the answer? It'd be a huge goal if they could. The scrambling kick goes out, but to no avail. Jamie Ridd's taking it for Balwyn. Well, he had a short option on, and he does just that. Turner presented well, swings around on the right boot, kicks the ball towards the Smith direction. On hands and knees, little handball out there by Tilly. Got a lot of plays around this football. The umpire's going to come and ball this one up 45 metres out from the ball and goals.
It's been an important 5 minutes for the Tigers. They've done well just to slow this game down and hold a 26-point lead. They'll be happy going in 26 points up at half-time if they're able to hold on here in this last stage of the second quarter, and a goal themselves would make them really happy with a 5-goal lead and back with the breeze in the third term. Anderson and Shoalmakers in the ruck. Big tackle by LePanche. Nothing said. Davey got the handball out. It's cut off almost by Wilson. Picked up this time by Sticker in towards the dangerous pocket. And a mark is taken for the Tigers. Looking to play on. Decides to take the time and have a set shot from here. It's a tough angle, and he'll be kicking from about at least 40 metres out.
I reckon what's really worrying Rowville is the leg speed of the Balwyn Smalls in their forward 50.
Yeah. That first 10 metres, they're off the mark.
So Jake Sticker. This would really hurt Rowville going into the halftime break. Tough angle from here, but they've kicked a few. Extends that angle and misses it, and almost missed everything.
Yep.
In fact, he has missed everything. So no score. 9-4 plays 5-2. The Tigers leading 26.5 minutes gone second term.
Just tried to emulate the goal that he kicked earlier in the quarter. Couldn't get close. Verrill in the back pocket for Rowville.
They'll never beat that Goebbels goal.
One of the best out here at Bayswater as Verrill kicks it up towards the wing position. It carried and it carried and it carried and straight into the arms there of Noah Lever, who takes the ball. Takes a mark, mind you, and happy just to keep running down that clock as the siren sounds. And they'll take that every day of the week, won't they, the Tigers? A great first half by them. They lead at halftime 9-4-58, 26 points over Rowville, who are 5-2-32. Charlie Haley, the skipper of the Tigers, who went down with a little bit gingerly earlier later in that quarter. He's kicked 4 goals, singles to Turner, Lamont, Oakes, Tillig and Sticker, whilst for Rowville, they're all singles to Wind, Coughlin, Taylor Martini and Matty Davey kicking a Perlo in the time on in that second term. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. That's one half done. We've got one half to go, and there's so many great games in finals action around the grounds as you go local for your footy this afternoon. We'll be back to bring you all those scores. Talk about what happened here right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, welcome back to Bayswater Oval for the Premier Division qualifying final, half-time here. And it is Balwyn leading 9-4-58 to Rowville 5-2-32, having a big second term against the breeze out here at Bayswater Oval. And it certainly started to pick up just as we started to speak. And as Brett, we spoke off air, you sort of have alluded to it. It hasn't been a constant thing, the wind, but when it does pick up, it's favouring that right side of the screen big time.
Yeah, unless it turns around. But it's right, it hasn't been constant. It'll blow for a fair bit and then it'll just drop off. But even when it's at its lightest, it's a strange breeze. And as I mentioned a couple of times, like the side that's defending on that right-hand side, a couple of times the defenders have come in and they've almost overcommitted. And a couple of times it's either gone out the back or it's just about got over the back because they're having real problems judging the breeze.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you look at that second term, and Rowville probably didn't make the most of the opportunities when they were down there. They kicked a couple of goals late, which certainly helps and brings that margin back to a 26-point lead, which a 26-point deficit for them, which is still manageable, Jared.
Yep.
And they've shown a bit, but Balwyn have been super impressive, and I think it started from the midfield through the likes of Urban. You have guys like Bowl and Smith who are getting their hands on the footy first and giving the Tigers forwards first use of it.
Yeah, you've got to say that Rowville's midfield players, they're not having their best day. Stapleton, Brolick, they're just not getting their hand on the ball first. And you really feel the loss of Lockie McDonald in the midfield there. What I've noticed down on ground level is it's just not the Rowville that we know in terms of their ball movement. They've not had the space or the opportunity to switch the ball to the open side and get their running game going. It's just not been there. And I think it is down to someone mentioned during the later stages of that second quarter how well Balwyn's smaller forwards are playing. They're not just getting on the scoreboard, they're also pressuring and just getting to the contest, defending really well, doing that two-way running.
And how much of an impact has Charlie had in that first half? We saw him hit the scoreboard, kick the 3 goals, but also on that far side in the second term, had a chance to blaze away, but decided to hit up a target, set up another. Actually, the kick was from Lyle, didn't end up making it the distance, but had almost set up another goal, has been crucial, moved into the midfield for a stage. He's had a massive game so far, Brett.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's kicked 4, and he's looked dangerous every time he's had it. And as you say, not just kicking for goal, a couple of times he's set up other people. He's just an absolute out-and-out superstar. So they had, I think they had LaPlanche on him for a while.
Yep.
Then I think they tried Eichhoff. Then I think they went back to LaPlanche. So I think at the moment Ben Wise is just really struggling to find the right matchup.
And Jad, sorry to cut you off.
That's
He
right.
did come off late in that second term. It didn't look like it was anything too serious. Looked like nothing. He was running fine. So it looks like he, I would assume, be back out there in the second half.
Yeah. From what we saw, he was doing a couple of runs up and down the boundary line. He didn't look like he was too proppy or anything like that. So that's not something I would be concerned about if I were a Balwyn supporter.
With this margin of what is now 26 points in the modern game, 5 goals is really nothing. That can be turned around very quickly. And Brett, you saw that last week in the Waverley Blues-Mulgrave game when the Waverley Blues looked like they had that wrapped up and Mulgrave came from behind and ended up winning by 3 goals. So Rowville certainly go into half-time, I'm sure, disappointed that they have given up that lead, but not down and out.
Look, you never write a side off because we talk about it every week, and it's a bit of a cliche. But the third quarter being the premiership quarter, and the number of times you'll see a side come out after half time, and the whole thing just turns on its head, and that could be the case here. I mean, if Rowville come out and get a quick start, maybe get a couple early, then who knows? But at the moment, if you were picking from here, you'd have to say Balwyn will win, but Rowville, if they can, this is the quarter. They have to make a statement in this quarter. They have to find something, and they have to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, they've got to probably be within that 4-goal margin going with the Breeze in that last term, Jared.
Definitely.
For Balwyn as well, the fact that they've kicked 9 goals in the first half, they haven't had a big score in the second half against any of the top 5 sides. It's been 10 goals or less.
Yep.
They've got now a big chance to really make a statement. They can't go into their shells. They've got to keep, certainly with the Breeze in this third term, put this game to bed and really make sure that they're not that Rowville are not a chance going into a final quarter.
Indeed, and they've got the people to do it. If they continue their ascendancy in the midfield, then there's I feel like that's where it's all going to start. I don't think Rowville's going to get back into this game until they sort out their clearance work, and it's they again. Rowville also have the players to do it. It's just they need to step up a little bit more. Put on a little bit more pressure and maybe a bit more two-way running, I suppose, as well.
I think you made a good point about not having McDonald in the midfield, obviously out for the season. That's certainly going to hurt them this final series.
And Jai Cocklow as well.
He's
a good pressure player.
Underrated player as well. There's plenty of finals going around the divisions today. Out at Tormore Reserve, the Division 1 second semi-final between Park Orchards and Mitcham. And I believe the Breeze is probably playing havoc there as well. The Tigers currently lead 1 goal 7-19 to 2-4-16 Park Orchards. At quarter time it was 3 to 1 goal 4. Usually when at Tormore it's to your right side of the screen, down the Bronya Road end of the ground, that all the goals are usually kicked with the wind.
Yep.
So potentially that's playing a factor down there. But Davis Harrigan, who's down there at Tormore today, has said Mitcham probably used the wind advantage a little bit better than what Park Orchards did in their quarter. It'll be interesting to see how that game plays out. Boronia versus Mulgrave, potentially a similar thing. 3 goals 6 to 1 goal 9. And Brett, we're talking off air about size being inaccurate. Mulgrave kicked 1 goal 8 in the first quarter, and when you've got Boronia, if you've got them, you've got to put them right.
Exactly. I mean, they've obviously had plenty of opportunities, and against a side like Boronia, come the end of the day, it's probably going to come back and bite them. But we can just see that the factor. I mean, these are crazy scores that this wind is having, and it's a real shame because you can't do anything about the elements. You just have to make the best of it. But it is having a significant outcome on today's matches.
And that certainly can play put some upsets on the cards, which that would be a massive upset if Mulgrave were to come over the top and beat Boronia today. In Division 3, the preliminary final between Surrey Park and Knox. Again, similar thing, similar scoreline, 3-7-25 Surrey Park to 1-6-12 Knox, and that's a half-time score there. So again, almost identical to the Division 2 semi-final, Jared.
Yep.
But Surrey Park with the slight edge going into the second half.
Yeah, look, I'm not too surprised. I was very impressed with Knox, of course, last week against Coldstream. But Surrey Park, they just, I don't know, they're a little bit more quality, I think. But if anyone can figure things out and lead his side to victory, it's Steve Buckle.
You're certainly right, and that's really, 2 goals, there's nothing much in it. But again, the wind might play a factor in all these games around the grounds. Before we go to our next ad break, I'll get a tip again. I think both of you tipped Rowville at the start of the day. I did as well. Brett, you sort of alluded to, you think Balwyn from here with the handy 26-point lead are going to be pretty hard to beat. You're sticking with that, the Tigers?
Yeah, I've got to go the Tigers. I mean, they've basically, you can say they're 5 goals up, and so Rowville have just got to play the perfect quarter. They've really just got to kick 4 or 5. They can't really afford to concede a whole lot, and then see what happens in the last quarter. But to be honest, the way the game's gone,
it's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard. I think Balwyn will get home from here.
I wouldn't be shocked if Balwyn win, but I'm going to stick with Rowville.
I'll switch to the Tigers. We're going to go to our ad break here. We'll be back for the second half.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Boronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, the second half of the Premier Division qualifying final for 2024. About to get underway here at half-time. Balwyn 9-4-58 lead Rowville 5-2-32. Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith, Ray Baird, Wayne Brasher, Paul Uconi, and down on the boundary, Brett Beston and Jared Beanland. And both sides are out and ready to get started for a second half. It's a 26-point lead to the Tigers. It'll be the Tigers kicking with the breeze in this term as well. So potential to really put this game to bed this quarter. Ben Warren-Smith will take us underway for the second half.
Byer throws it up now. Fresh air shot by both ruckmen, but Anderson got a knock on and the ball goes up towards the half-forward line. Running over at the time there was Markowski, but he goes in to lay a tackle, trying to barge his way through a Bonesmith tackle. Now that they link up well here, the Hawks. Series of handballs, sees them go out towards the wing position. A floating kick just sat up too much in the breeze and got Leibson for the Tigers. Takes a timely mark. It's the half-back line. Weighing up his options now is a beautiful kick down the wing. The mark has been taken out in front by Jack Tillig, who kicked a goal in the first half. Right in front of us here on the broadcast side. Goes up towards the Lyle direction. He had 3 Hawks to beat. At the fall, the ball, Stainthorpe did well. Got the handball away, received it back. Little flick over the top. Was trying to be cute. And a little too cute, in fact. And the umpire comes in and will ball this one up on the 50-metre line.
Real opening, real important 5 minutes here for Rowville. They can't afford to let Balwyn score 2 quick ones early.
Well, Lyle was using his body and it ended up ball just going up and coming straight back down, and it'll go straight back up again. Another ball up. What did the brethren have to say at half-time, Ray? Still confident?
Yeah, no, I wasn't. I was only talking about other things, actually, BWS. There's other things in life when you're 28 points behind.
Yeah, so you were talking about yourself then. So Lyle receives a free kick from the stoppage.
You know, it's not over yet.
And it'll take some work to come back. Jordan Lyle almost fancies himself here, the big man. He's going to kick with the breeze at his back.
Well, I think he's only had 2 touches in the first half, Lyle, so you probably want to hit the scoreboard here and make it look like he's done something for the afternoon.
Oh, you're being a bit harsh there, I reckon. Brash short pass was on, and it was a good one too. And a good lead there by Haley, and he copped one for his troubles, but picks himself up, and he'll go back, the skipper, and have a ping from pretty much on the paint of 50, 45-degree angle.
So what a transition from Charlie Haley, a real scallywag when he was at North Ringwood, to now a leader of the Balwyn Football Club and also on an AFL list. It's a pretty good rise to fame for the young man.
Certainly is. He's kicked 4 goals this afternoon. He'd love to make that 5 and put a line through the 4. He starts it out left. It's making its way back, and it kept coming. Ooh. But he started at 2 left.
Boundary.
That's where it stayed. 3 for 1 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows Tigers leading 59-32. A margin of 37 as we go down to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Yeah, Cooper McDonald, he was playing predominantly in the midfield during the first half. He's actually moved back for Rowville. He's playing on Jack Tillig right now.
And that is 27 points, not 37. As I said before, I only did further maths. It wasn't mathematics.
I'm in the same boat as the Hawks in the back pocket. Dangerous kick against the runner play, and running into this. Urban takes the mark across goal, should I say.
Well, BWS, you're talking about school. The best 10 years of my life was in grade 6.
Yeah, and Birdie would have probably put you on detention, BWS, for not knowing your square roots.
No, all you had to do was make a wager with Birdie and you could get out of anything. Hello to Birdie if he's listening.
Yeah. A 27-point lead for the Tigers. Alex Urban can stretch it out to 33 points. In the early stages of the third quarter, kick on the way. It is to the left. So a minor score, 9-6-60 to 5-2-32. They keep Rowville alive. 3.5 minutes gone in this third term.
Off the hook, Rowville, twice in this quarter.
It's only gone a couple of minutes as well. And I've coughed it up again, straight from the stoppage. The kick in went straight down the throat of Charlie Haley, who was chasing after his opponent, Flakemore, who had a bit of space, but the kick was just an absolute shocker. And Charlie Haley, 3 times the charm now. The Tigers have another opportunity.
Actually, that was an improved kick from McDonald. If you remember in the first quarter, the first one rolled off his ankle.
You are not going to be on his Christmas card list, all the McDonald family. There's no doubt about that. Charlie Haley This is the definition of having to make them pay.
Yes.
Hop, skip, and a jump for Charlie Boy. Comes in now, and he learnt from the last one by starting it right, but he went too right this time. He's missing the big ones where he was finding them from everywhere, especially in that first term. Minor score is the result. Rowville lived to fight another day.
So 3 times off the hook in this quarter.
Look at that. McDonald had to pass the ball off. You can hear it from the Balwyn fans in the background. The kick was smothered here on the far side by Lyle. Lyle got the handball off to Lever. Lever did a 360 and puts it towards the hot spot. Almost a mark taken. Ball hits a deck. Markowski couldn't pick it up. Getting in there was Flakemore. Snapped, was touched off the boot. Bouncing in front of Haley. Keeps it in front of him. Did well. Went on to the left. Got the handball back to Urban again. A wasted kick. Out of bounds on the full.
They're peppering the goals. There's no doubt about that as we go to round the grounds with Brash.
Baronia 4-6-30, leading Mulgrave 2-9-21.
Well, there you have it.
In the third quarter, I believe.
A bit of an upset coming there as Eichhoff takes the mark and then takes off. Geez, they can't get it out of this defensive zone, can they? Brolick hit the deck, sitting on top of him, Markowski. And Brolick almost could have got pinged then. Brash.
Mitchum now hit the lead by a point. Mitchum 2-7-19, leading Park Orchards 2-6-18.
Well, the heavens have opened and a big rainbow has come right across the ground out here at Bayswater Oval, which is always nice to see as free kicks going the way. Maybe that might be a turn of fortune.
Well. Yeah.
Turn of fortune, Ray, for Rowville, a big rainbow. Where's their pot of gold? The Showenmakers takes off from the middle now. On the right boot, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. It's going to sit up in the breeze once again. We're waiting for it nicely. Little handball over the top. Scooting through there was Urban. Spun on a thrup. Spins around and kicks it out towards the wing position. Using his arm well there was Lamott to keep the ball alive. McDonald was in there. He's over the top of Haley, whose hand to Smith was superb. Over the top there to Lyle. It just reached his fingertips. Had a little bit too much on it, so the Hawks through McDonald might get a chance. Haley's back there to lay the tackle. McDonald to McDonald. Went backwards to Shrook. Shrook now swings out wide, and now they might have a go because out in space is Liam Coughlin, who's been relatively quiet today. He needs to do something with this ball. It sits up for him, and he floats a helicopter punt inside forward 50. There's nobody home, though. Schreiber was there to mop up the pieces, slams it on his boot out of that danger zone, but straight down the throw to Brolick, who has a short player on, and they might just slow things down here, the Hawks.
9-7-61 plays 5-2-32, 6 coming up to 7 minutes gone third term. Rowville have been let off the hook a few times in the early stages this quarter. Out the back is a chance for Martini to handballs it right out of bounds. Thought a teammate was there, but he was a bit behind. So go around the grounds with Wayne Brasher.
Div 3 sees Surrey Park 3-11-29, leading Knox 1-8-14.
Well, the smiling assassin will be happy with that.
Who's the smiling assassin?
Josh
of course. There's only one person related to the Surrey Park. As the tap down, Turner got the bouncing kick. Cut off by Cooper McDonald. The handball forward, trying to get it to Coughlin. And inside 50 they go now, looking for Wind, who had to come from behind, and Pollux came out of nowhere to take the mark.
It's been very serviceable, Pollux, down in that.
Certainly has. Will play on right away and has the 100-gamer in Wilson in the back pocket. Wilson down the line. Oh, well done there from Flakemore. Got a hand to it. Out the back is Davey. Davies' kick on the left boot is out of bounds on the full. Not a great kick from the veteran.
On the line.
Oh, no, Ray.
No, Brash just said
it was out by a foot.
So
no, Ray.
The mark taken by Cunningham. And I think Brash might be right on that one.
The umpire was right there as well, so we'll go with him. Not 98-year-old vision as it comes into the middle of the ground there. McDonald on the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. Had the spot there. They've got the fall. The ball looping. Handball over the top by Young. That was okay. Wind runs into an open goal. And the Hawks get one in the third term, and they needed that one so desperately, and a very good one against the flow there, Baird. And 8.5 minutes gone, the margin back to 23.
Yeah, they had to work hard for it, but a goal's a goal. We'll take it.
Notice how he's using we a lot today, don't you, Ryan?
Yeah, and that was the very thing that you brought me up on when I first started calling Vermont we. We did this, and Vermont we did that.
Well, having a look at this game, Balwyn had multiple chances to extend the lead past that 5-goal margin, and suddenly it's back to
That's what
23
happens
points.
when you miss 3 easy shots.
So they've been able to keep them in it. And now the Tigers probably need to respond themselves. Got the handball quickly to Urban. Urban inside 50. Can they get the quick response right away? McDonald's there for the Hawks. Couldn't quite pick it up. The Tigers with numbers around the ball. McDonald is going to be rewarded for the free kick, holding the ball on Tilly. Timely tackle for Jackson McDonald, who has had a couple of errors today, but that was probably one of his better moments this afternoon. Down the line, Davies underneath it. The juggling mark, he's got a hold of it. Yeah. Matt Davey. He'll kick towards us on the broadcast wing. Plays on. Down the line it goes. And it mark taken.
Good mark. That's a good mark under pressure.
And it was against Urban. It was taken there by Tyson Schruck, who plays on now using the far side. Got off to Cooper McDonald. In fact, that's Verrill. Verrill inside 50 it goes. Looking for Wind. Couldn't quite mark it, but kept it in front of him. Got the handball off. Mav Taylor caught. And holding the ball, free kick. Tigers in favour of Kane Turner.
He just dropped the ball, though, so that's what the incorrect disposal's probably been the reason of that one. Lethal as the ball comes out. And seeing a free kick going further afield to Balwyn. I think it's coming back. So it's going to Kane Turner. He's kicked a goal today. So Turner pokes it forward. Out in space is Urban, and he can take off as well. Kick up towards the half-forward line. Good stretch there by the big man Lyle, who had a similar ping, attempted ping before he went short to Haley on the opposite side of the ground. But I think this time, as we've seen the wind work this ball back a lot better from the far side than the near side.
Poor marking there by Rowville. Shouldn't be allowing Urban 20 metres of free space.
Agreed, Lyle. Up and under kick is going to go right to the goal line, but it went left, way left, in fact.
Brash, one of the main differences, Balwyn are kicking it out so their teammates can run onto it, where Rowville are kicking it to a contest. That's one of the big differences.
Yeah, you're certainly right. And Urban's been on the end of a fair few of those.
Their midfield's been very good. Balwyn's midfield been excellent.
Urban and Bowen Smith and Co has now Schruck. The kick out again. It almost could have turned over. Eichhoff did well enough to get it back to Schruck to Verrill. Verrill fumbled it at the wrong time. Still got it off, and they go through the middle of the ground. It's a dangerous kick. It was cut off by Tillig. They still end up with the footy through Brolick. Got the handball off to the far side in Cooper McDonald. Inside the 50 they go. Lockie Wind out the back and takes a strong mark.
He hasn't paid, has he?
He has been paid. In front of Walker.
Ray, Rowville have to play this type of football. They've got to get back in the contest. So it's almost like with great risk is great reward.
That's it, yep.
And that was Cooper McDonald who set that one up. And Lockie Wind will be kicking from 40 metres out. Very tough angle on that far side. But as we said, from Bayswater Oval, seen a lot of goals kicked from those difficult angles.
You wouldn't put it past him kicking this, though.
No, certainly not. We'll be kicking against the breeze, but not much of one as it goes towards the top of the square. Clark is in front position, couldn't take the mark. Wood at ground level, almost was being held. Almost a free kick against Wilson as well. But we're going to get a stoppage right in front of the Rowville goals, trailing this game by 4 goals.
So the umpire throws it up 20 metres out. Schoenmakers palmed it down. Who's going to be the runner onto this one? Gottliebsen was there. He got quickly wrapped up and we'll have a ball up. Inched a few metres closer. 24 points is the margin. Gottliebsen from the stoppage once again. Receives, wrapped up, redo. 13 gone now in this third term. Schoenmakers little flick over. They've got the numbers though. Pollock was in there and he got wrapped up again. So another stoppage around the grounds. Let's break this up.
Yeah, Baronia 5-8-38 now lead Mulgrave 2-9-21.
Go to Besto, boundary side.
Don't think it's anything to worry about, but Bowen Smith was just on the boundary, just getting some work done to his hip flexors, so maybe just a bit of a massage, but he's okay, I think, and he'll be back on shortly.
Lepanchi was pinged for holding the ball then. Much to the chagrin of the Rowville faithful. So free kick to Balwyn just to get it out of that danger zone. The kick goes up towards the Lamont direction. The Tigers didn't have the numbers there. McDonald got the old 1-2 from Schrook. Goes inside forward 50. Where's Wind? He's nowhere to be seen. The big fist came away from Anderson, but charging onto it there was Stapleton, whose hospital handball to Brolick was never going to be good, but he's received a free kick for a push in the back. So Brolick, a class act, Ray Baird, will go back and try and shorten this margin back to 3 goals, which makes it anyone's game.
More of a dangerous tackle, I think, that was played. Yeah, the umpires paid that as a dangerous tackle.
One thing about Balwyn is they do, when they get out in front, they still don't, they never look like that they've got to put the game away. They always look like they'll give an opposition a chance to get back in the contest.
So Brolick just conned everybody in the end and went short. You just don't leave players by themselves like that. It's just silly, silly football, and it'll be Flakemore who goes back and has a ping. He got probably a good kick as well because he got an extra 10 metres closer.
Yep.
So Flakemore.
Has that wind stopped a little bit, guys?
Yeah,
I reckon it has
yeah,
in this
looks like
quarter.
it.
I think it's a bit fluky.
Yeah, I don't see Besto's feathers going as hardcore. As it comes in, Flakemore pushes it to the left-hand side. It's going to stay alive too. And the mark's being taken by Davey, I think.
I still think there's a bit of wind there,
Well,
Ray.
the wind answered my question then, didn't it?
Yep.
Matty Davies taking the mark right against the point post. So naturally, he's going to do the old play on, run around, snap and kick. A goal! You little beauty. Matty's kicked a couple of pearlers today, and Rowville are well and truly back in this contest. And Ray Baird sitting above all of us, but he's sitting a little bit taller now. 15 and a half gone here in the third term. 9.862. Balwyn 7.244 Rowville.
Boundary.
It's crossed down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, just on the wind. It's just it is quite fluky down here. You can see when the ball gets up high, the wind catches it, but at times it's dropping away to almost nothing. But it's very much up and down, so it's going to be like that for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Besto. And Wayne Brushes around the grounds.
Yeah, Park Orchards 3-7-25, leading Mitcham 2-7-19.
So back to 18 points here at Bayswater Oval. Paul, Yukoni Stats Centre.
Inside 50s this quarter, 8-5 the way of Rowville.
So have the Tigers got a quick response. Out the middle is Lyle. Up towards the half-forward line. It's cut off by Shrook and played on right away. So the Tigers will take advantage of this. Now they'll go inside 50, leave the kick towards a pack of players, and something has been paid out of this. It's a downfield free kick, and it is going to guess who? It's Charlie Haley.
He's calling for it at least.
Well, he'll have a
boys,
set
was
shot.
was that downfield or was that descent from Shruck? Because he paid out on the umpire, and it was the umpire next to him that paid the free kick.
I'm not sure if the boys heard anything down at ground level. They might have had a better view of that than us.
Look, there without a doubt he played on. That's for sure.
Well, Charlie Haley's going to line up for goal number 5. He's had 2 set shots in this quarter and missed both. So Charlie, can he put this through and deliver? He does. Charlie's got 5, and the Tigers get a 1, very much that they needed. 10 goals, 8.68 to 7.244 Rowville. We played almost 17 minutes in this third term.
Breaks your heart, that one. Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, 15 minutes into the third quarter at Ringwood, Jubilee Park, Surrey Park, 3-11-29, leading Knox 1-13-19.
Gee, that Knox score, that's very similar to what South Belgrave were last week in their game.
Very similar. They were 0 goals 12.
Ball back in the middle here. It's an important goal for Balwyn when the momentum was certainly going the way of the Hawks. Chevy Anderson got really high then and got the knockdown. Picked up, though, by Martini. An up and under kick went only about 5 metres. Umpire said play on. So with players trying to claim it in Brolick and Wilson, umpire's like, nah, give it back.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Throw up now. Anderson, quick slap down. Quick repeat of the situation. Another ball up. 18 gone here in the third term. 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks to LKLM Media, broadcasting specialists as it comes out now. Stolen there by Sticker. And the umpire said advantage paid effectively then, but it was not really into anyone's advantage except for Jackson McDonald of the Hawks, who then pokes it out wide. He was looking for his teammate in Wood who couldn't take the mark. The Tigers have got the numbers. Smith went back. That was okay. Wilson got the handball away. Now they'll go through the middle of the ground. The ball went over the top of all players' heads. Who's going to run onto this one? Urban got it away. Here's Smith on the right boot. Pokes it forward. And it was a good kick too because the mark has been taken by Lamotte, who will have a shot. And I'll tell you what, if he puts this one through, that'll just break a lot of Rowville hearts as we go to Paul Yukoni on the Stats Centre.
Inside 50 marks this quarter are 5-4 the way of Balwyn.
Thanks very much, Paul. As Will Lamotte.
Too many Rowville players overcommitted on that off that half-back line. They were caught too far in their midfield, allowing Lamotte that space to run into.
Already kicked one goal today. We know distance won't be a problem. It's just judging the breeze from there as he goes goalward. And has he got the carry? He has. It fell over the line in the end. That was fantastic shepherding by Jack Tillage on the goal line, because that could have been touched. But it was shepherded through, and the Tigers get another one. And just that bit of extra breathing space that just keeps them in a comfortable position out here as we hit time on almost in the third term. 74-44, Brash.
Yeah, heading into red time in third quarter at Walker Park. Boronia now out to a game-high 23-point lead. Boronia 6-8-44, Mulgrave 2-9-21.
Yeah, there'll be game over there. Hawks will run away with it. The Hawks here trail by 5 goals. And that margin, it did get back to 3 goals before, but 2 quick ones from the Tigers. BWS give them a little bit of breathing room going into that final term as we go down to the boundary. Brett Beston.
I sincerely hope that most of the spectators down here have got Radio Eastern 98.1 on somewhere, because the scoreboard has gone down on the far side. It's gone completely blue. We have no idea what the score is down here.
Yeah, it's been going bonkers all day, to be honest. So it's,
it's typical of a Windows computer, the blue screen of death.
They've got 3 weeks to fix it for Premier Division Grand Finals. Tap down on that far side. Reed to clear it out of defence momentarily towards Bowen Smith direction. Picked off by Cooper McDonald. Got the handball forward. And umpire pinged him for holding the ball. It looks like so. A free kick towards the Tigers. Bowen Smith will take this out at the half-back line. They currently lead by 30 points, 74-44. Has Reed on the far side. Bouncing footy in front of him. Has time to get past an opponent and handball it back to Lever. Lever towards 2-on-2. Charlie's there, and it looks like a free kick's been given away from Noah Lever. So Rowville will take this. I believe that might be Matt Davey to take the kick. Around the grounds, Wayne Brasher.
2 quick goals by Park Orchard see them lead 5-7-37 to Mitcham 2-7-19.
Scoreboard's back up, but the time is not running.
So... yeah, Verrill kicked it out of bounds on the full, so it's a free kick going the way of Toby Lever, who's tugged up on the boundary line, 55 metres out, so he's going to kick it to the hotspot. Who's going to be the flyer? Charlie Lamotte was there, came out, Eichhoff hit the deck, strong tackle on him by Oakes, and we will have a ball up. It's only 15 metres out from the Tigers' goal line. Another one here will make it very, very hard as the ball went up and it came down. A bit of a fresh air shot as the sunshine comes out. Good old Melbourne weather. Besto's umbrella becomes a parasol. As it comes out now, ball up, hit the deck. Bowen Smith's in there. The long sleeves as always. Inches closer. It's about 7 metres out now. Pye, quick restart. Showmakers, Anderson, little flick over the back. He wanted to go back to Urban, see if he could get a swing on it, but he couldn't. Pushed over the boundary line and out.
Just gone over 22 minutes on our clock here, boys.
Yes, third term. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our Facebook and YouTube streams. Showmaker's kick was smothered in defence as that ball goes out of bounds again, and we're getting close to that three-quarter time siren, so any goal towards the Balwyn side would be disastrous for Rowville if there any chance to make a comeback. They will kick with the breeze in the final term, but probably isn't as strong as it was in that first half. Ball back into play. Anderson got the tap down. Lamotte shot on goal is to the right. Just a minor score. 11-9-75 ball and 7-2-44 Rowville. Coming up to the 23-minute mark of this third term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
You can't help but feel here the ball had left probably 2 or 3 goals in the shed or on the ground in this quarter.
In this quarter, and the same in the other quarters too, Bresh.
Shed's filling up as well today. Shrook came out, kicked it out towards Flakemore. This is a good transition of football. Taylor, it might just sit up for him. He arches it back, handballed it out in front. He was looking for the free kick. Got the handball away eventually. Linking handball over the top to Young. Did well. Cole Clow! You little beauty! That is coast-to-coast football at its best. And Rowville did it just in the nick of time as well on the eve of three-quarter time, Ray Bear.
Yeah, that was good. Coast-to-coast, as you called it, BWF. And Cole Clow, it eventually come to him, and he was on exactly a left footer in the right position.
Boundary.
Go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
And that all started with the decision by Curtis Flakemore to kick it in front of his teammate. I believe it was Taylor, who was able to run onto it, and Balwyn just couldn't put any of their signature pressure on once it was out in front like that.
And what a finish too. Had a couple of Hawk teammates around him, but backed himself to nail the goal and bring that margin back to 25 points. Back in the middle again, Anderson. They break through. Balwyn Smith's kick was smothered. Well done there by Martini. Got the handball out, but it wasn't to his teammate. Big tackle by Cooper McDonald.
Hey.
Umpire says.
That's holding the ball.
We know what Ray thought. Anderson got the tap down towards the boundary side.
It wasn't me, it was the people behind me.
Bloody clowns.
They can't see. You're sitting too high.
Yeah, that's right. For those not who's listening at Radio Eastern, there is a crowd of Rowville supporters right behind us, which you probably might pick up in the atmosphere, Mike, as the screen comes on YouTube and Facebook. Tap down, Urban again, inside 50 for the Tigers. Haley's there, dangerous position. Bouncing ball doesn't really favour anyone. Flakemore's out the back for the Hawks. Running onto this one, couldn't pick it up. The pressure's there. Oakes for the Tigers. Tackled to the ground, and we'll get a ball up. 25 minutes gone third term. A 25-point lead just keeps it interesting going into a final quarter. The tap down to Haley. Got time to get off to Balwyn Smith. The right foot finds a target in Markowski. And the Tigers can put this margin back out to that 5-goal lead again. But they've had plenty of opportunities this quarter really to ice the game, and they haven't taken them. So it's a must kick for their perspective.
Mark it down.
Markowski not far out on the 3-quarter time siren. This will hurt all Rowville fans at the ground today. He nails it right through the middle. And that one hurts Rowville. Balwyn extend the lead back out to 31 points. 12-9-81 to Rowville. 8-2-50 with a quarter to play. Ben Warren Smith, the goal kickers so far in the first 3 terms.
Game is still alive out here. 5 goals to Charlie Haley, the skipper of the Balwyn Tigers, having a great game today. 2 goals to Lamott, singles to Turner, Oakes, Tillig and Sticker, while the multiple goal kickers for Rowville are Wind and Davey with 2 apiece. Singles to Colecloud right before the siren there. Coughlin, Taylor and Martini. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks to LKLM Media. We'll be back with the final term. We're excited. We hope you are right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Bayswater Oval, Premier Division qualifying final between Balwyn and Rowville. And at three-quarter time, it's the Tigers 12-9-81, leading the Hawks 8-2-50. Ryan Long, Ben Warren Smith, Ray Baird, Wayne Brasher, Paul Uconi. And also on the boundary, we have Brett Beston and Jared Beanland with a quarter left to play in this qualifying final. And Brasher, thoughts on this one before we go to the scores around the grounds? But Rowville, at times, they got it back to 3 goals, but Balwyn, to their credit, were able to respond.
Sorry, Ryan. Yeah, interestingly enough, I thought Rowville probably dominated the first 20 minutes of that third quarter, and then all of a sudden, once again, Balwyn just held sway and kicked a couple of crucial goals just when they needed. But that being said, Balwyn had chances early on in the quarter, and they could have put them away because they had 4 scoring shots in the opening 5 minutes and only kicked 4 behinds. I just feel like that it's the Balwyn midfield that seemed to be controlling the contest this afternoon, and that just seem to be able to have the numbers when they go forward. And as I said earlier, I just sort of feel that the small forwards of Balwyn and their leg speed have really worried Rowville for the majority of the afternoon.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Ray, that last one really hurts from Markovski because probably the difference between a 25-point lead and 31-point lead just makes it a little bit tougher. They've got to score the first 2 and do it pretty quickly at the Hawks if they're any chance from here.
Oh yeah, it makes it difficult, and you've got to any time you've got to make up at least 3+ goals in a final, in the last quarter. You've got it against you, but look, they're just been outplayed today. I've liked the way that when Balwyn, as you alluded to, Brace, I think they've won the midfield, but they've had an extra player on the outer side of the ground, and they've gone out there to him, and that's when they've run the ball forward and got a few of their goals. Now, look, they've just outplayed Rowville. They've been a lot quicker, a leg speed and all that, and they deserve a win if they get it.
Ryan, I got some scores here in Division 1.
Boundary, boys.
Let's go down the boundary, Brett Beston.
Pretty happy, Bretton Sanderson, the Balwyn coach here. Sander, you'd be pretty happy with what you saw in that third quarter. What's the message going into the last quarter?
We've still got to win the game, so that was my message. We've just still got to look for opportunities not to try and go safe and slow, but obviously going into the wind and it's blowing down the middle, so they're going to come with everything at us. We know that, so we've just got to make sure we do the basics well, the fundamentals, and try and win the game.
Charlie's been colossal, but the likes of Bowen, Smith and Urban have been good as well in the midfield.
Yeah, the midfield had a sort of slow start, but since quarter time they've been excellent. So hopefully we can finish it off.
Good stuff. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Yep, Park Orchards in front 6-7-43 to Mitcham 2-7-19. Baronia 6-8-44 leading Mulgrave 3-12-30, and Surrey Park 4-13-37 leading Knox 1-13-19. That's the up-to-date scores, gentlemen.
1-13 in a prelim.
Yeah.
As we go down to the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Yeah, just quickly, Ben Wise's main message was to change the angles up a little bit, try and hit Wind on a lead as much as they possibly can, and a bit more defensive pressure as well.
Well, thanks very much, Jared, as they go forward now through Shrook up towards the half-forward line. Mark's been taken by Martini, who's kicked a goal, and I think he's going to go back and try and back himself in here. It looks that way. Ray Baird, will he do the job here?
You have to kick it high and towards the goalpost here on the right-hand side. Hopefully let the wind take it. He's right on 50. He's a chance.
It's going to take a big kick, though.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be the start that they were after. If he can put this one through, Martini comes in. He starts at left. It stays there. He got the purchase. Through for a minor score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard within 1 minute into this final term in the qualifying final. Who's going to take on East Ringwood next week, and who's going to take on the Doggies or the Eagles? There's a big fly from the kick in. It was been taken out there by Liam Coughlin. He'll send the ball back in now. On the right boot, swings around right to the hot spot. Who's going to be the flyer at the fall? The ball is nicely done. Davies kicked a couple of rippers today. Just got chopped off at the crucial stage. Handball out wide from Schreiber. That was okay. Just couldn't quite hit the mark. Coming in through there was Young for the Hawks. He's quickly wrapped up by Urban, who couldn't trap that football. Let's cross down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Wind's getting stronger, gents, and a few sprinkles of rain as well. The rainbow's back also. It didn't help Rowville last time, so let's see if it does this time.
Great to see as Clark puts it on the left boot, and that Wind pulling it to the right. And just a minor score, they'll move to 8-4-52 Rowville, 12-9-81 Balwyn, a minute and a half into this final term.
Brash, with that ball coming in like it did, that's where Jai Colclough, if he was in, that's his bread and butter. That's what they've missed today.
Yeah, they've missed him, and then obviously Lockie McDonald, the other big out from last week, who had a massive game too before he did get injured in that win against Noble Park. Cunningham to take the kick in here for the Tigers. He'll go towards the far side this time, the direction of Turner, and a bouncing footy out of bounds.
I'd be half tempted to put Lockie Wind at centre half forward and try and direct the ball through him and get him to turn Walker around.
Yep.
Because, I mean, if they're telling him to direct the ball to him, no point doing it at full forward. Get him up the ground so he gives him opportunities to kick a goal, not wait till the ball gets down there on a one-on-one.
Even just get him out the square, just to keep that square open.
He's kicked 2 goals, but probably hasn't had many opportunities. And when those one-on-one battles, Walker's done exceptionally well as this ball is trying to come out through show and makers, but he's going nowhere. So we'll get a ball up on that far side. 2.5 minutes played last term.
Good afternoon to Blake Whispers Nails Tennant, who's out at Caulfield Races today, who said he's tuning in.
He's in the corporate box today, he told me.
Yeah, he'll either be going home in a divvy van or carrying his high heels out over his shoulder as he walks out the gates. Good afternoon to Blake. Great member of the media team as the umpire throws it up now. Brolick out of mid-air, got the ball inside forward 50. It was a pretty good one in the end. Little handball over the top. This might work okay. Martini dropped it at the crucial stage. They've got the numbers, though, the Tigers. Bowen Smith was in there. Free kick's being plucked out. I think it might go the way of Schreiber. No, it's not Schreiber.
They just haven't won those little ticky touch with 50-50s today, Rowville, where the ball just hasn't run their way.
Lever goes back.
I know Sanderson wants Balwyn to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Go out and win the game. You know, too defensive at the moment. They need to be attacking.
Pollock's kick went straight down the throat of Schoenmakers. His right leg is big time wrapped up as he goes inside forward 50. And a free kick's going to be paid here. And I think it's going the way of Young. So Kane Young, whose arms got chopped in the marking contest, will go back. And, geez, he needs to put this one through, doesn't he?
Yep, it's a must.
So Kane Young, the half-painted man, will kick from 40 metres out directly in front.
I reckon they've got a tattoo artist that set up at Rowville's rooms, I reckon, on a Friday, Saturday night, I reckon.
You told me that Sunday Vermont played down there. You said the same thing, Brash.
Exactly.
Kane Young comes in, 40 metres out, directly in front, and puts it gun barrel straight, that was. He kept it low, and he did the job too, and that's the first goal on the board for the final term, and it's going the way of the Hawks, and they inch close the margin back to 23. Yes. It's the smallest it's been for quite some time as we cross the 5-minute mark in the final term.
Well and truly alive, Ray.
Oh, there's still a bit of time to go, but they've got to get 2 or 3 in a real hurry.
Right. Yeah, nothing like scoreboard pressure in the last quarter.
So as we said, Balwyn had plenty of opportunities to finish off the Hawks in that third term. Just kept them alive. So if you're tuning in, it's 81-58, but Rowville have the breeze in this final term. This game's not over yet. Out of the ruck, Schoenmakers missed it. Anderson went forward, looking for Haley. Bounced off his chest, running past now. Having a shot on goal is Markovski, who drills it from 50.
That's goal
and the
of the
Tigers
day.
get the quick response, 13-9. 87.
That is goal of the day because did you see the way the ball went? He kicked it on the right outside of his foot, and the ball just beautifully did an angle sort of.
The angle was right, was it, Brash?
No, I was thinking of something. Used the drift of the wind.
Oh, okay.
It's skew-iffied its way through.
Yeah, something.
Stick to what you know, Brash. Don't get out of your depth, mate.
I've got another score here.
He's easy to knock off that stool too, Brash. Just a little backhander.
I'm all over the joint.
Around the grounds, Brash?
Yeah, Baronia 7-8-50, Mulgrave 3-12-30.
I had to ball this one up. Pardon me. There's the big knockdown there by Anderson, free kick going the way of Balwyn to Bowen Smith. It's got one of those names that you just feel you have to say the first and last name.
Every time.
Mate, it's a typical American name.
As Turner takes the mark, goes back inboard to Lever. Lever goes short to Smith. First name Bowen. On the right boot. Kicks the ball inside 450. He's going to sit up a little bit here. Which way is it going to fall? Snap around the body there by Oakes. An up and under kick. It's gone the required. Charlie Haley was there. Underneath it, though, was Coughlin, quickly wrapped up and scooting away, but the umpire's going to call him back. And we'll have a ball up. More scores around the grounds.
Park Orchard 6-7-43, leading Mitcham 2-8-20.
Almost think it's all over she wrote there as a driving kick comes out for Rowville. Bouncing, and over she goes for a boundary throwing right in front of us here in the grandstand out at Bayswater Oval, the home of the Eastern Football League.
Bright sunshine too, BWS.
Yeah, we get the banana boat down to Besto as soon as possible. Try to bring the ball back in. Feel like I'm picking on him a bit today, but he can take it. He's a legend. He comes in now. Anderson swings around on the right boot, inside forward 50. And pushed off the ball. Was it Tilly? No, Tilly got himself into his own trouble and gave away the free kick. McDonald to clear it.
So he passes it on to Wood. The halfback here for the Hawks, trailing this game by 29 points. 7.5 minutes gone final term. If they got anything left, Wood goes down the line, out the back. It's all the Tigers with the numbers. There's been a free kick awarded, though, and it is going in the direction of Balwyn. And then God leaps and will take this. Centre wing on the far side. Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Yeah, Surrey Parker grand final bound. The score 6-13-49, leading Knox 1-14-20.
That's a big story there. Urban got the handball back to Turner. Turner now looking for Tillig in front position. Out the back is Haley. This is where he's dangerous. Picks it up. Hell of a shot, Charlie. And it's out of bounds, so he won't. 13-9-87 plays 9-4-58. 8.5 minutes final term.
Just got the feeling you might have done something miraculous then, Charlie, but boundary line beat him. Showmakers will go up against Lyle. It'll be shallow. They'll have to work for it. Coming down. A lot of plays around this ball. Showmakers ended up roving his own ball and then was tackled by Lyle. So the big ruckman doing everything at the moment. And another ball up just underneath the scoreboard out here. 29-point lead to the Tigers. What can the Hawks manufacture? They've got to go direct, they've got to go long, and that's the kick this time as it comes in now. Nicely tackled, nice tackle by Young there, who kicked the last goal for Rowville in that sense, as Pollock picks himself up and they dash back inside forward 50. Quick restart, Showermakers got the knockdown, that was okay. Pies paid a free kick, too sure what that was for.
Dropping the ball, my friend.
Dropping the ball, doesn't miss a thing, Wayne Brasher. So the Tigers just be happy to slow it right down in this last term, Balwyn. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But Eichhoff cuts the mark off. Wins his own ball and gets a short pass on. It's Coughlin. Link up, handball's okay. And now here's a chance for the Hawks. Got to just keep hitting those targets. Handball was nice by Flakemore. Got it from Cole Clow, who goes deep inside forward 50 over the back there. Wind, stretching, and trickling over. Wilson happy to concede the point. And over she goes for that minor score. 10 minutes gone now in the final term. Only 20 minutes remaining. Today's qualifying final to see who will take on East Ringwood, the minor premiers, next week. 87 plays 58.
So the kick in for Noah Lever.
59, I should say.
He'll go towards that far side again. I'll be happy to see that clock tick down over the next few minutes. Cut off here by Shoalmakers. Shoalmakers run down. Just got his kick away in time. The Tigers look to repel. Out towards that far side once again. Underneath that is Lyle, the big fella. Towards the boundary side. Hawks with numbers. Wood. Kick forward. He's out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Balwyn's free kick in the hands of Ridd, who has a short kick to Urban. Brash?
Baronia 7-10-52, leading Mulgrave 3-12-30.
So the Hawks look to be through to another grand final. This kick is cut off this time by Brolick.
Jesse
Anthony Brolick plays on. Has Markowski there to compete with. Got the handball away and they're inside 50 again. Wine dropped that one. Walker chasing him well. The two go at it this time. Walker looking for the boundary line and now over and out.
Sorry, Ryan. The Catfishers are keeping us well and truly up to date. And Jesse Uren has brought Mitcham back to within 10 points in the last couple of minutes. No, they've just kicked another goal. That's down. The margin is 4 points.
4 points. Out there at Tormore Reserve. Grand final spot on the line there as well.
Last 3 minutes, apparently.
Handball back to Shoalmakers. Shoalmakers to Stapleton. Stapleton inside 50. No mark taken. Schrook's there for the Hawks. Davey getting the handball away is Lever to Turner. Turner out of defence. It's a turnover to Stapleton, who can send the Hawks back into attack.
Stapleton, they've got to do something with this.
Oh,
and they've turned it over. What was that for, Ray?
I don't know. A free kick after the person who kicked it got tackled after he kicked it.
Well, that old chestnut. Haley.
Now you know why I'm sitting up here high at BWS.
Turner goes into McDermott. Haven't heard a lot from him today. Darts away. That was okay. In the middle of the ground they are.
That wasn't meant to go there either.
Just
have a look at the way Balwyn are playing in this quarter. I know they've got the game on their terms, but I don't reckon they've dropped their intensity here a bit here, Balwyn. They wouldn't want to be doing this next week against East Ringwood, otherwise they're going to get, they'll be in trouble.
Verrill goes into the middle. Schrook, he needs to keep the ball moving. Got players running out wide in McDonald. The Jackson variety. McDonald this way, that way, then back to this way again, then handball over the top. That was okay in the end. Clark on the left, goes inside forward, 50, drives it to the pocket, wind, spoiled his own player in the end. He won the football though, handball goes backwards, starting around was Wood, broke the tackle, got the handball away, snapping board by Stapleton, bouncing football. Which way's this one going to sit? I think McDonald was in there, got brought to ground. Lepanchi, in fact, it was, and we'll have a ball up. Let's go to Jared Beanland, boundary side.
As much as Balwyn have dropped their intensity, as you mentioned, their back six are holding up really well. The likes of Gottliebson, Schreiber, Walker, and Pollux, they've all they're still running at the same capacity that they have for the past 3 quarters.
Yeah, you're spot on there as the umpire throws it up, and Rowville will just snag one, just break the ice, so to speak. It's been pretty stagnant now for a number of minutes as we have another stoppage and another ball up. Brash.
Surrey Park, 7-13-55. It's all over against Knox, 1-15-21.
So what have the Hawks got here? Schrook just got it away. He was caught folding the ball. Looked like he may have got away with one, but Kane Turner rewarded with the free kick, and we'll switch it towards the other side. Cut off there by Wood towards the boundary line. Manages to keep it in. Just did he get caught? Then he did. So Balwyn have had all the answers.
To be at 15-minute mark of this term and to be even Steven for the term, that's a massive win for Balwyn so far.
Yep. Big tick for the Tigers, who one step closer to a semi-final date with East Ringwood back here again next Saturday. Ball in towards the middle of the ground is cut off by Turner. And Brash, you asked for a response from Turner this week to have a good game.
He's done well this week.
He's done his job. So ball up back in the middle of the ground. Shoalmaker's got the tap down. Schrook got the handball off. Inside 50 they go again. Standing underneath this is Lever for the Tigers.
So Lever is going to switch the play now. It was a beautiful kick as well. And at long last, used the grandstand side. Ball goes up. The sun was in players' eyes. Fire comes in. You can hear the cheers over the top. Colclough was...
he dragged it in.
Yep. You're the boss, Paul. You tell us, mate. As McDermott, he was the one that tried to claim the mark. Now the Hawks, can they make them pay? Goes into the wind direction. Who was almost pulled off the ball then. He was. He certainly was. He stood his ground, and the Dukes went up, and then he got ripped to ground. So a free kick going the way of Rowville, Brash.
Yeah, Baronia look like they're home here. 8-10-58, leading Mulgrave 3-12-30.
Yeah, a couple of games look like they're done and dusted. But it'll be a free kick going the way of Lachlan Wind, who kicked a couple of goals early. He needs to put this one through the big forward. The most important kick of the season right now for Rowville. He comes in. I'm going to back him in too. Leans over it and pushed it to the right-hand side. I can't believe he missed that. It's almost unforgivable. Right side of the goalpost. One behind. That might be now enough for the Tigers. They lead by 27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 16 minutes gone, final term.
Cunnington will take the kick out. Cunningham for the Tigers. 27-point lead as BW just said. He'll go towards that far side once again. They've done it quite often, and they'll like to see this go out of bounds. Wilson will see it there. So a 27-point lead with probably less than 10 minutes to go in this final term. Be almost a bit of a miracle from the Hawks.
Mitchum have hit the front.
Tigers in front.
Yeah, they're in front by 2 points at the moment.
Final specialist.
6-9-45. Park Orchard 6-7-43.
Real low-scoring game, similar to that grand final last year in Division 1.
Those dominoes will be going off today, won't they, Lee?
How many minutes are left?
Will be falling.
I'll let you know in a sec.
They are the ruck again towards the boundary side. Bowen Smith keeps it alive. Kick right up in the air. They'll see this over and out. That's exactly where Balwyn won it at this stage with 17 minutes gone in the final term.
Just had a pile of rubbish over there against the fence.
Yeah,
no, right in front of our nice Premier Division final side.
Still about another 10 to 12 minutes to go in that Div 1 game.
I forget them to sort that out.
I think it's the cover, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Back into play again. The Tigers go forward, this time cut off by McDonald. McDonald will switch it, and Verrill can run onto this. They've just got to roll the dice every chance they get from here. Verrill couldn't pick it up. He slipped over at the wrong time. Cooper McDonald's there now for the Hawks. Tackled by 2 Tigers, and he's going nowhere. And the pressure from Balwyn has been outstanding all day.
Yeah, he should have. Verrill basically had. They went from having the ball on their terms to a stoppage.
Came out now, quick out by Urban up towards the half-forward line, and the mark's been taken by Lamont.
Apparently he's only 18 or 19, this Lamont.
Lamont just chips it inside forward 50. It was touched off the boot, so which way is this one going to fall? It got knocked into the direction of Haley, who broke one, broke two, got the handball away.
See you later, Charlie.
Got Markowski's hurt here. Umpire's going to stop the play. I think he copped one or something.
He copped it. I'll just throw the replay. You'll see how he copped it.
Oh, just watching the footage here.
Oh, it's front on. I mean, there was nothing in that. It was just one player running. In essence, probably he should be getting a free kick, Markowski, because you can't run into a player front on like that.
Looked to be a free kick when you look back at the vision, but nonetheless, it's waiting for him to get out of that danger zone. 27-point margin out here. Rowville have the ball, but they're in their defensive zone. We get a restart.
Seems like there's some upset people out there.
There's always upset people anywhere you turn, Brash. We'll look for the positives, not the negatives in this world, as a kick by Coughlin goes out wide and over the boundary line and out. I feel like Lee's got something to throw in there, our own regular John Blackman.
Whilst we got a quiet moment, Surrey Park 9-13-67 leading Knox 1-5-21.
Ball back in the middle and brought to ground was Josh Clark, and he hands the ball back to the umpire, so it's just slowed down a little bit. I think there's not enough time here for Rowville. I think Balwyn's done just enough, but you just never know. Martini got the handball away. They've got to go direct, and they've got to go long, and they've got to hit targets, but it's not that time, and over she goes, and the mark's been taken. Balwyn to bring the ball back in.
Godleapson, and they've done this very well. They've just run as much time off the clock as they can, as Lyle juggling Mark, and he'll take his time before he moves it on. He'll go right down the line again and just gain some territory. We're into time on, red time into this last term. Down the line, cut off one of the Hawks. They've just got to go. They've got to roll the dice. They probably can't get there anyway, but might as well have a crack. Inside 50 they go. Spoiled from behind. Reed did well. Got the handball over the top for the Tigers towards the boundary side. Clark trying to keep this one in, handling it to himself. And it's done quite nicely, but again, the Tigers flock to that contest to hold a stoppage on that far side. So 87 plays 60. 20 minutes gone, final term. It's been Charlie Haley. It's been the star of the show with 5 goals, but they've had match winners all across the ground, the Tigers. Probably been arguably their best performance of the season, at least for a long time. They started the year off 10-0 before really having a bit of a poor patch. But they've once again proved that their best is good enough in 2024. Anderson tried to barge through a pack. Haley's there now. Got the handball off And they go forward again. Dribbling kick towards the half-forward line. One-on-one contest. Big tackle by Tillig. Tillig wraps him up, and that could be holding the ball. It is. Coughlin didn't dispose of it.
The Tigers of the Mitcham variety have gone 9 points up, 17-52.
And here the Tigers of Balwyn are going to extend this lead potentially to 33 points because Tillig's going to get a 25-metre penalty, march down the field to have a set shot to officially end this game.
Yeah, they're just about ready to put the exclamation mark on the game here, Balwyn.
It'll be a nice trip for him back down to Balwyn tonight.
So, well, that's a big result by Mitcham this afternoon. They've had to come from behind.
It'll be interesting to see if they can hold on there. Looks like they've got all the momentum. Mitcham as Balwyn here have been outstanding today, and Tillig can put the icing on the cake with a set shot. He'll take his time. The Matthew Lloyd throw the grass up in the air. The wind has died down too, so not much of a breeze that he'll compete with. Tillig comes in for the Tigers. The icing on the cake. Balwyn are through to the second semi-final. 14-9-93 Balwyn, 9-6-60 Rowville. 22.5 minutes gone final term. And we had a lot of questions for them today, and Balwyn have answered all of them.
Oh, Balwyn have been by far the best side on the ground today. Right from the first bounce, they've outplayed Rowville.
Boronia will be moving into their grand final. They hold a 36-point lead now over Mulgrave, 9-12-66 to Mulgrave, 3-12-30.
Done a stellar job keeping us up to date today with all those important finals scores. Brash as Brolick took it from the stoppage, kicks it inside forward 50, and you never know, there might be a few consolation prizes coming up here for Rowville in these dying minutes as Taylor takes the mark. How many of us picked Balwyn today on the team?
Paul did, and
I
you
did too.
do.
Well done, Paul. Bookends, mate. We've done well.
I think what Balwyn have done really well this afternoon is the way that they've shut Mav Taylor out of the contest at centre forward. He just hasn't been able to have that influence.
Well, he makes a statement there and he kicks a goal, but you know, it's all too little, too late because they're going to run out of time for the Rowville side, and they get one back though. 24 minutes tick over on that Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Taylor gets his second of the afternoon, and they move to 10-6-66, clickety-click to 14 goals, 9.93.
Thanks for joining us today, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM on Facebook and YouTube for this qualifying final. Thanks to Leon Martini watching from Thailand this afternoon.
Nice, lucky boy.
It'll be very nice out there, I'm sure, weather-wise, as Shoalmaker's in the ruck. No real clear tap out. They'll go forward again. Inside, can they make it 2 in a quick minute? There's Schreiber at the back, handballing it to himself. He'll run onto this one. Boundary line will be his friend. Kept in this time by Colclough. Turnover as the Stapleton now. Back into attack for the Hawks. Good mark by Flakemore. And he'll rush back to take the set shot. 24.5 minutes played in this final term. Damage has already been done, but he can bring the margin back to 21 points. Flakemore comes in. Kick on its way.
Yep.
Hawks get 2 in a minute.
Well, if they can repeat that 3 more times, I'll be all right.
Game on. 11-6-72 Rowville, 14-9-93 Balwyn. 25 minutes gone final term.
And the crowd was absolutely deafening there on its applause.
Almost get the feeling Brash might be enjoying this one today, but I'm not sure.
No, I'm just...
What do you reckon, Ray?
No, they've been outplayed, Rowville. I think it's been a very good game by Balwyn. They've done their homework and they've come out winners.
Well, that wasn't the question, but well deflected. Well deflected. Well deflected. As the kick goes up towards the half forward line. Yeah, very politician-like. As it comes out now, Taylor, handball away, Davey. Gets the handball further afield, running onto it. Clark, who's got a bit of speed there, sees it over the boundary line and out. So it can't be too long left. 26 are gone. 21 is the margin. Thing is, we've got plenty of time, so we'll be able to get a few extra interviews, I think, after the game today, after the guys have sung the song, which will be great. Ball thrown in. Anderson got the knockdown, scooped upon there by Clark, who brings it around, but not far enough, and through for one behind. That's number 7 now for Rowville on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 11-7-73 to 14-9-93. The margin is 20.
Next week, back here at Bayswater Oval on the Saturday afternoon, Balwyn will be here taking on East Ringwood, finishing on top of the ladder this season. Don't forget tomorrow's elimination final is out at Jubilee Park between Vermont and South Croydon. The winner will now play Rowville in the first semi-final back at Jubilee Park the following Sunday, as the ball is stopped on the far side. 60 out from the Rowville goals. Got a bit of work to do if they're going to go back-to-back this year. The tap down from Shoal Makers is taken by Turner, who goes right down the line towards the boundary side. Kept in by Cooper McDonald, plays on and uses the corridor. Has a couple of options. Verrill's one of them. Couldn't quite take the mark, and Balwyn can hurt him on the transition. Bowen Smith inside 50. No one's home. And Rowville will be able to repel Cooper McDonald down the middle of the ground looking for Taylor. Schreiber did well, but the Tigers taking the mark. Let's go to Wayne Brasher.
Looks like Mitcham are going to move into the grand final here. Mitcham 8-11-59 leading Park Orchard 6-7-43, 24 minutes into the last quarter.
Yeah, it's all
Big
over.
comeback
What a run from the mighty Tigers.
Comeback for the ages, wouldn't
And Surrey Park 9-15-69 have defeated Knox 1-16-22.
Congratulations to Surrey Park.
That's a great story.
Be one happy man from our media team tonight. There's no doubt about that as the ball bouncing. Brolick, a little frustration shove over the boundary line there. Good thing is for Rowville, you earn your spot, you earn your stripes, you get your second chance, you regroup, you work out what went wrong, and you go again. So, and that's exactly what they'll do. They're a class unit for a number of years now. Ball from the stoppage comes out, taken upon by Gordian, went backwards, linking handball over the top, Coughlin into the middle of the ground. That was okay. Here's Eichhoff on the left up to the centre half forward as a mark's been taken by Louis Cunningham, who salutes the crowd as Balwyn are victors today out at Bayswater Oval. They're the winners of the qualifying final and move on to the second semi-final next Saturday afternoon against East Ringwood. A fantastic four-quarter performance by the Tigers today, 14-9-93 to 11 goals, 7-73, a margin of 20 points. Charlie Haley, the skipper, was instrumental. He kicked 5 goals today, 2 goals each to Markovski, Lamont and Tillig, singles to Sticker, Oates and Turner, whilst for Rowville, it was 2 goals apiece to Wind, Taylor and Davey. Singles to Martini, Coughlin, Young, Colclough and Flakemore. Congratulations to the Balwyn Football Club. Fantastic game today, Brash.
It was, and it was probably the opening 45 minutes that really set the game up for Balwyn. That really where I think the game was won. That was that opening 10-15 minutes of the second quarter when Balwyn kicked 4 quick goals against the Breeze. And really from that moment on, I thought Rowville, whilst they tried manfully throughout the rest of the afternoon, they just weren't able to put enough scoreboard pressure on to get themselves back into the contest, and their midfield got dominated a little bit more today.
Yeah, look, Balwyn's midfield, I think that's the main reason why they won, and they were able to get the ball, particularly on that outer side out there, and get that loose man going and run the ball from end to end. And look, they were excellent. They were excellent, but probably overall, that Showmakers probably won in the ruck, but the midfield of Balwyn, for mine, was on top, Ben.
Well, Balwyn are the team that advanced. Sorry, I'm just going to need to cough 1 sec. Pardon me, is we just going to cross down shortly to our boundary riders who are just making their decisions on who they might have a chat to. They're hanging around the old Rowville huddle a little bit there. It's
I see Charlie.
Without a doubt. Getting the pat up. Besto's getting a pat on the back from him as well. He'll be chuffed about it. New posters going up on Besto's wall. There's no doubt about that. As Jared Beeland will be joining soon.
It's not a final, but it may as well be. Bronya 9-14-68, leading Mulgrave 3-12-30.
Yep. Let's cross down boundary side because we've got a couple of champs of the Balwyn Football Club, Bowen Smith and Charlie Haley with Jared Beeland and Besto.
Yeah, thanks, boys. We've got Charlie Haley here. Charlie, a terrific performance from you today. It was a bit tough in that first half, but you got hold of them after that, and really the result, I guess, after half-time, or from our perspective, never really in doubt.
Yeah, we from the first quarter, we knew we had the win. Last week, we really pretty much lost the game in the first quarter. So we made us a good emphasis in the first quarter, and we had the win to take some advantage. And then we knew if we got on top in that second quarter, we could really almost ice the game, and that's what we did. So.
Yeah, I think it was towards the back end of that second quarter. Like, you were in quite a good position, but you missed 3 quick shots at goal. And obviously the win was, I mean, you got 5 or 6 yourself, or 5, I think it was in the end. But the win, very difficult to kick today.
Yeah, well, yeah, I kicked the hard ones and then I missed 2 easy ones. But that's footy, isn't it? You actually seen when a few of the boys were in straight in front, because the wind was going across the shoulder, you didn't know what post to actually aim for. Windy missed a couple in that last quarter as well.
We were very impressed with the midfield performance today, Balwyn. It was interesting throughout the day. Your guys' pressure was like on point. Is that sort of like the midfield performing at its best?
I think so. When we win, we perform without pressure and make the other teams turn over a lot. And it's kind of been down the last couple of weeks. And that was, like Charlie said, emphasis before the game to pressure them, because we knew they kick it short. And we just started from the first bounce with that pressure and put them on the back foot early.
And what were the messages from Brenton that you guys feel like you followed through on?
Probably the pressure, team footy, just 22 role players. Last week we were kind of playing a bit selfish, and the whole week on the track was just focusing on 22 role players. Doesn't matter who gets the kicks, who kicks the goals, just 22 role players. So I think we did that well.
Yeah, we talked about before the game as well that you hadn't necessarily been a high-scoring side. You won the games, but you were kicking sort of 8 or 9 goals, but you got a few more today, so that must have been pleasing.
Yeah, well, the first 10 weeks as a forward, mate, it was unbelievable to play with. But as we lost a few key players who were on the half-back flank, we lost a few blokes to VFL. Once we get them all back, all we got to do is just get a bit of momentum through the ball, and then, yeah, we're obviously going to score.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and just before we go, just a bit of you Glory boys up forward, but a word about Walks down back. He was very good today.
Oh, unbelievable, mate. He's a star. Sando put it on him that he wanted the best players, and he beat Windy pretty easily. We better go in.
Yeah. Congratulations, sing the song, gents.
See you, boys.
Yeah, the side got off the ground pretty quickly, so I think they've been standing in a circle for a while down there. But great job there by Jared and Besto, wrapping up a couple of sensational players for the football club. The skipper and Bowen Smith, who has one hell of a set of hair, I'll tell you that.
Mitcham have produced a barnstorming
Boundary
last
for the
quarter.
song.
10-11-71, defeating Park Orchard 6-7-43.
Whoa!
Never gets tired of hearing that one, does it, for you, Ryan?
The team's so good, they sing 2 songs.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
But
Tigers are on today across the East.
Yes, 2 Tiger teams, and thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives for the song after the games. Wayne Brasher, you've got a final score, have you?
Yeah, looks like it here. Amazing last quarter here by Mitcham. They trailed by 24 points at 3/4 time, 6-7 to 1-7. They have come home with a wet sail and kicked 8 goals, 4 in the last quarter
Wow.
to hold Park Orchard scoreless to win by 28 points, 10-11-71 to Park Orchard 6-7-43. That's a massive win by Mitcham.
It is straight through to another grand final, back to back potentially, if they can defeat whoever they play in that grand final day, which Park Orchards now will face either South Belgrave or Beaconsfield next Saturday afternoon out at Tullamore Reserve. But yeah, that's a fantastic win. Their brand of footy just stacks up when it comes to finals.
Really, and it almost makes a complete mockery, Ryan, of that round 18 clash, doesn't it?
Well, and we talked about that a fair bit off air as well.
Yeah.
And it was a dead rubber game, and straight away when Park Orchards kicked away early, that was it. The Tigers really didn't put in much of an effort to come back, knowing that the game meant nothing. And obviously when it actually did matter in a semi-final with a grand final spot on the line, they deliver, Brash.
Yeah, they did. And look, sometimes maybe when you're assessing form, I mean, you look at Balwyn's form leading into this game, it wasn't fantastic, but they do this every year, Balwyn. They come out and play exceptionally well in the first final, but it's the second final that they find hard to maintain their momentum, which is what they're going to be required to do next Saturday, because East Ringwood are going to bring some serious heat next weekend.
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt. That's a battle for Balwyn next time against East Ringwood. They finished on top, and that's the reason for it. But I've always said, Bresh, finals are 50-50. Doesn't matter what's happened in round 18 or previous to that. You start off even at the first bounce of any final, and the best side wins. But no, it was a great effort by Balwyn here today, and obviously by Mitcham.
Are you concerned now, Ray?
No, not
like
at
given
all.
the last month of football by Rowville, it hasn't been that flash.
I'll be honest with you, BWS. I'm not concerned. I'm very happy that you've got to look over the year before last. They made a grand final. They got beaten. Last year they won a grand final. They're up there in the top 3 this season, even if they finish 4th or 5th.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are you concerned that they will not go any further in the final
I
series?
think they will go further. I think they will. I know South Croydon have beaten them twice this year, but I think that I personally would like them to be playing Vermont myself, because I think because South
they're better
Croydon
matched
beaten
up
them.
against
Yeah,
Vermont.
I think they match up better on Vermont. No, I look at. That's why you qualify for double chances, mate. You fight another day.
Oh, Rowville, Vermont, look out on the WhatsApp chat if that happens.
Admittedly, no, now, Ray, Rowville's road to a grand final again just has become a little bit more difficult now.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And the fact is, it's, look, all right, they get an extra day's break, but then on the flip side, they win next week. If they win next week, then they get a 6-day break coming into either East Ringwood or Balwyn again in a preliminary final. It's going to be a hard slog. It's a hard slog.
It is, but we spoke about this every year. It's the same thing with sides having a break. It's how you handle it.
Yeah, we'll certainly see. We've got a fair bit of discussion ahead. We don't have we've still got another 25 minutes left on the broadcast today, but we're going to take an ad break before we get another interview out here at Bayswater Oval. The qualifying final, it was Balwyn winners 14-9-93 to Rowville 11-7-73.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round qualifying final from Bayswater Oval. It was Balwyn winning 14-9-93 to Rowville, 11-7-73, and down on ground level. Our two boundary riders have Josh Walker with them. Jared and Brett, I'll let you lead it off.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, we've spoken to the forwards, of course, who do all the glory work, but there's plenty of glory down the back as well. This guy had a terrific game today, nullifying the attacking side of things. Josh Walker, Josh, well played today, mate. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. I can't believe you went to the forwards first. Surely go to the mids or the backs.
It was a tough old game in the first half, but you sort of got on top probably towards the end of that second quarter, and then really the second half, without being disrespectful, you sort of had the game on your own terms for most of that second quarter, second half at least.
Yeah. So I don't know if you felt it on the side, but the wind was quite strong out there. Yeah. But it sort of didn't equate to the scores on the board because we had that really good second quarter, and then we were sort of able to get a bit of a lead, and that sort of obviously went into half time really confident, and I suppose we're comfortable after that. We would have liked to. I think we came out in third and missed about 5 shots straight away.
You did, yeah.
Before,
didn't want to mention
that. I was down the other end, and it would have been nice just to put 2 or 3 of them.
Did you sort of get the? Did you feel like saying to them, guys, I'm going to go forward and kick the guys? You guys can't kick.
No. Well, they're getting the shots, so you can't get too angry. But
exactly.
It
all
would
right.
It would have been good for.
All right. Let's go upstairs, boys. Where you go?
Josh, it's Brash here, mate. Congratulations on the victory. I just want to take your mind back. When you came to the club, they brought you in, they put you in the forward line. You got injured. Then you came back into the side. They changed your role around and you went back. And from that moment on, you haven't put a foot wrong and you've gone forward. You must be really happy with your form, especially over that last 18 months.
Yeah. I've played over my career a lot at both ends, so I honestly don't mind. We had a look at it this year, obviously losing Pendlebury at the end of last year, who was a real sort of solid rock down there in back for us, and didn't really recruit anyone to replace him, so it sort of made sense. And it's a great group of a few older heads, but a lot of young guys around me as well. So it's good to work with them and teach them a bit of, I suppose, defensive craft.
Obviously, you had the role on Lockie Wine today. What was your main focus before the game on how you wanted to play him on your terms?
I think he's got not bad pace off the mark and likes that lead up. So I knew if I sort of could make it a wrestle and get body on, I'd be fine. So then it just became about my positioning with the wind. Obviously, it's sort of pretty strong down to one end, so you sort of adjust your starting points, and then it's probably harder to get done over the back at going into it. So yes, you can play a bit more aggressive, play in front, and try and take away that lead up.
Josh, congratulations. I thought you were outstanding this afternoon, and the side really played a really strong game today. And leading up towards this game, you weren't in probably the best form. You hadn't been the other top 5 sides the second time around. What was the big difference between probably the last few games of the season and today's performance today?
Well, I mean, the easy answer is it's the final, so yeah, you've got a fair bit to play for. But yeah, you're right, you're spot on. We had a really good first half of the year, and then I don't know whether we somewhat, subconsciously relaxed and thought it was going to be a bit easy in the back half, and we dropped a few games. But obviously today, with a lot on the line, you sort of got back to our best and really strong in the contest, went forward with the ball, and sort of were able to impact every line.
Josh, it's BWS here, mate. Congratulations. I'm only one of 2 who picked you guys today up here, so I'll just let you know that. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, isn't it, mate?
Come off it, you.
Like Lewis Cunningham and Josh Pollock as well down back today. Absolutely superb, mate. You guys were all working well as a team down there.
No, that's right. I can't sort of critique anyone down there today. So we got Schreiber, Pollock, Louis Cunningham, even McDermott. Everyone went well, right? So everyone did their job. And so it was a real team performance, and probably like that all over. With the exception of Charlie down forward, it was probably like that everywhere.
How did you take it on the training track this week? Was it a hard? Did Sando put you through a hard couple of nights, or how did you go about it?
Short and sharp, I think. So it didn't need to be out there for an overly long period of time, but you just want what you do to be quality and really high tempo, and so you're sort of ready to go come that first bounce.
Question we like to ask the players is who's in charge of the tunes at the start of the game down there at Balwyn?
Jack Tilley.
And are you happy with his selections?
He's had a pretty consistent playlist, I think, for most of the year. He hasn't changed it up too much. So, no, he brings a big speaker. So I think it's
So that's a nice way.
He's got the honour.
That's a nice way of saying he plays the same stuff every week.
Yeah.
now
well,
Ray,
we'll put it no complaints. So he hasn't been kicked off. So
now Ray Baird's finally put down the Kleenex box, and he's got a question for you up here as well.
No, Josh, I just want to know about the Bayswater Oval itself. Is it a hard ground to play on? Do you get leg weary by the end of the day?
I don't think so. I think if anything, it suits us better than probably our home ground. A bit more space. Some of those sort of in tight games we've struggled to get out and move the ball, but there's plenty of space. We've got a lot of guys who like to run through the midfield, the wings and half back. So I think it really suits them. And apart from the wind, I mean, it was breezy, but it sort of didn't really dominate one end. The play wasn't down one end the whole time. So no, really like it. I think it suits us. So hopefully we come back.
Josh, how does the week look now with a forthcoming clash against East Ringwood? They took your game apart a little bit in the round 13 clash, and they gave you a little bit of food for thought. What do you do with it this week? Do you look at some of the tapes to see how you can get better against how they played you last time?
No doubt there'll be a little bit of that, just with maybe a particular couple of matchups, but I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'd say there'd be 6, 7, 8 guys different playing this time. We had quite a few injured at that time of the year away, so it'll be a pretty different side this time around, I think. And obviously we beat them earlier in the year, so we'd be pretty confident heading in. But obviously respect the year they've had, and know it'll probably be a pretty hard game.
And finally, from me, how close do you think, being in that side all year, have you got any? Are there any players on the periphery still to come back in, or do you reckon you're just about at full strength?
I think we're pretty close to full strength. There's obviously a couple of guys who've been in and out throughout the year, but you've put me on the spot and I can't think of any major injuries off the top of my head. So I think we're pretty close to full strength. I'd imagine. I don't think there's anything too serious today, so I'd imagine it'll be a pretty similar team next week.
That sounds good.
Well, Josh, congratulations. It's a big win for the Balwyn Football Club, through to a second semi-final against East Ringwood next week. Enjoy the week. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you potentially next week or in a grand final. Or preliminary. One of the three.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Josh. A fantastic performance this afternoon down back for the Tigers. They did a great job on Lockie Wine, and that was one of the pivotal matchups we talked about in the pre-game and obviously leading up to this one, and he did a fantastic job.
He did, and when he first started, Ray, he was sort of a bit maligned because his performances, he looked like he was a little bit a bit out of water in the comp at the start, but he seems to have, found his tempo, and like I said, after he came back from that injury last year, he really hasn't put a foot wrong since he's gone into the back line.
And as he said early on when he come to ball, when he was down forward, he was down back. I like him better down back.
I think he's
But
better.
just on that match-up with Lockie Wine, it's in his favour. And as he said, he liked body on body. Look, they're both about the same height, but he's got several kilos over Lockie Wine, and I think in the one-on-one contest, that's his strength.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we, if you have just joined us, there's obviously some other finals across the divisions to go through and have a bit of a chat about what the results mean for the context of the season.
I think we've got to talk about Mitchum's.
I think let's start with that. Division 1 semi-final.
Extraordinary result here by Mitchum. 8 goals, 4 to zip in the last quarter. They've completely overrun Park Orchards. 10-11, 71 to 6-7, 43. Tell you what, that's a bit of a shell shock for Park Orchards. It'll be interesting to see mentally how they recover from that next week when they go into a preliminary final.
Was that always going to be the big thing? Obviously, 2 years ago when they went up, there was no final series. They were the team on top before they were promoted, so they didn't have that experience of playing through a final series. Was this just a bit of an opportunity to get there and experience, feel it out, and they'll be better from it? Or do you think it's going to put some question marks going into next week?
I think they're going to feel some pressure. They'll feel some pressure for some time next week. They obviously, like I said, they finished 2 or 3 games clear on top of the ladder and deserve their second chance. That's what finals are about. You get a second chance, and they get another chance to get on the to get a win and get into a grand final. Whoever they play, it'll either be South Belgrave or Beaconsfield. I still think on the law of averages, if they play their very best football on their day, they should beat either one of those two sides, Ray.
But you would have said that going into this. Well, we did say that going into this game. You know, if they play their usual game, Park Orchards, they'll beat Mitcham. But obviously,
but it seemed like it must have been a real arm wrestle for 2 or 3 quarters. And the thing is, obviously, the wind has played a big part in all the results this afternoon. You'd almost feel like that that last quarter that Mitcham played was a quarter that no one would have expected.
No, look, it depends how you read it. You know, you can read into it, yeah, fantastic last quarter. They're going into the grand final. They're red-hot favourites. But on the other hand, but I'm just saying, on the other hand, you can say, well, have they spent was that their grand final coming home like that? You know, you don't know what, as we say, 50-50 start of every final match, and that's what it's going to be in 2 weeks' time, whoever they play.
Yeah, the thing is, like I said, you get it when you finish second, you get another chance, you get another try to fire some more bullets. But just for today, at least when it'll give, put it this way, it'll give Park Orchard something to think about during the week. But
without a doubt.
But they can't afford to linger on it mentally. They've got to front up next weekend.
Well, that's right. And as we said about Rowville, that's what you do when you earn yourself a double chance, or in Park Orchard's case, finish on top and have the first week off the finals. They'll bounce back next week, but they'll be now very closely watching.
Ryan, would you know, would Prosenac be back next week or not?
Oh, look, I don't know. And
His concussion time would be up, but is he well enough to come back?
Well, that's probably the big question. I probably can't speculate. I don't know.
No. I mean, if he is back, that will make a difference to them because he's their game setter.
Well, potentially that game's over at 3/4 time. Potentially have the bigger lead, and Mitcham don't come back. They're all what ifs, and it's hard to know. Obviously, it's a massive boost if they get him back for a prelim or a grand final, but. You know, you've obviously got to protect the player's health.
I
don't know the situation.
If he had some sort of leg injury or a physical type injury, you'd be a little bit worried. But the fact that it's concussion and it's not like it's a broken bone or a muscle that he's coming back from, right? It's just a matter of making sure that his cognitive things are.
Well, his 21 days was up yesterday, so he's done all the protocols that he should do. So.
On the rules, he could have played today.
Yeah,
but obviously it was probably a bigger hit than what your normal concussion.
Yeah. Shall we move on to Div 2?
Let's go for it.
Div 2, Baronia 9-16-70 defeated Mulgrave 4-12-36, and I think this game for most of the afternoon was probably dominated by the wind because. Both sides between them kicked 28 points. I mean, really.
Earlier in the day, Mulgrave were 1-8, were they? So they had a lot of opportunities early, and that might have just damaged them mentally a little bit and just allowed Baronia to come back in.
But it almost, I think, Jared, the thing is with this game this afternoon, for a while there, Mulgrave were right in it, and everyone, I think, was just waiting for Baronia just to put the pedal down and walk away with probably a 2-3 goal win. But it took them a long while.
It did.
So they end up winning by 6.
Did they spend a few petrol tickets last week? Because they had such a great game last week, Mulgrave. Fantastic victory. So did that take a bit out of them, do you think, going into this week?
More than it could have. I think the other thing, too, is the fact that Lin Jong and Fletcher
Roberts
are not playing really has robbed them of some real class that they need against a side like Baronia, who have got so many winners.
It's class.
Sorry, Gerardo, we thought Lim Jong was going to be back. We got told last week he might be back, but he could be back. Obviously he wasn't. But
he could play next week.
The way I read it from his interview last week was if they had lost that final and played Croydon in elimination, they probably roll the dice and bring him in a week earlier. But because they've had that now second chance, they might
They'll roll the dice
pull the trigger next week.
I reckon they will.
It's on-field leadership that they would have been missing as well. Boronia is such a well-coached side, and they've got a lot of on-field leaders also. So to counteract any changes that Boronia might have made on the field, Jong would have been perhaps there marshalling the troops and making sure the ship stays steady.
I still don't think they win that game if Jong and Roberts are there. I think Boronia find a way.
Yeah.
But look,
they usually do.
5 or 6 goals, that sort of margin, they'll take that.
Yep.
Mulgrave, if they can get there in a grand final, get a few more players back,
learn their lessons.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. You win a second semi by a point, you're in a grand final. Doesn't matter whatever score it is. If it's a win, you're in the grand final, and that's all that matters. Obviously, Boronia have been waiting for this opportunity, right? They've played for this opportunity all season. They've got one hand on the cup now. Now they've got to go out and fulfil their destiny in 2 weeks' time and finish off the season.
Indeed.
But there's still 2 other sides that have got a say in it.
Yeah, it's a moot point, of course, but you would have been interested to see today's game played in just, quite not as windy conditions and to see how it would have panned out, because I think the wind did play a massive factor. There's no doubt about it.
Well, in Division 3 in the preliminary final this afternoon, the wind certainly once again did really play havoc, because Surrey Park have walked away with a 47-point win going into the grand final, 9-15-69 to defeat Knox 116-22.
Gee.
Really, it must have been either blowing a gale or the wind was probably just going across the ground for most of the afternoon, because to kick 28 points between two sides, or 31 points, must have shown you how the wind really dominated the contest this afternoon, gentlemen.
Absolutely, and it makes sense that Surrey Park would have made the most of their opportunities, taken advantage of that. We saw how Knox dropped off a little bit after half-time in their qualifying final against Surrey Park a couple of weeks ago. Again, it's similar to Mulgrave. You think that those early misses, the opportunities that hadn't been taken, that would have really affected the mentality of that team.
I reckon what makes it interesting next week that they play Donvale again is the fact that take the 100-point drubbing out that they got in the second round of the season. They lost 8 points the first time round, and then 4 points a week ago.
Yep.
You'd almost swear like that it could be third time lucky. Could they pull off the massive upset next week?
Well, it seems similar to when they were playing Sylvan, when Sylvan were dominating Division 4. Surrey Park had multiple opportunities to take on them, and every single time they pegged that margin back further and further. Ultimately, Sylvan won the grand final, but that was by the smallest margin that they had beaten Surrey Park that year. And so it seems that the Panthers, they're good at learning on the run, the different teams that they're playing, and that's impressive as well, given that they're brand new to this division.
It's great that we've actually got a premier from Div 4 who've made it all the way to the grand final, which doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen in this competition. And we've got a side that's dominated the competition, or this grade, for 2 and a bit years, going off in a grand final next weekend. It's going to be a barn burst of that game, I
what
reckon.
a story,
And we talked about Surrey Park last year, about the long drought. They had that 63-game losing streak, or however many it was. Never won a flag in this comp, a senior flag. They win last year in Division 4, and suddenly they could go back-to-back after that long time of having no success. And a lot of that has been done with the connection from the juniors to the seniors. They've got that pathway that's properly linked. There's a strong connection between the two now. The 19s missed out on today in the qualifying final in Division 1, but there's still a chance to make a grand final as well. So, it just shows you the strength of
And the last side to go back-to-back from Division 4 to Division 3 was Rowville back in 2006. No, I'm just saying, it was back in 2006.
Did South Belgrave spend a little longer in Division 3 than Rowville? They must
Possibly. Have. Let's talk a bit about the vanquished Knox. They had a fantastic second half to the season.
Yep.
Steve Buckle really, when you look at Steve Buckle's performance over the 2 years, he was a coach at the right time that Knox needed to get them back up and running again. They made small gains last year, but this year they went one step further. They were very impressive in their first semi clash against Coldstream, who were equally as impressive in their elimination final. So I sort of feel that with Knox that they've made great strides next year. They will have learnt a lot today.
Yep.
And I think they will come back bigger and better next year. I think when you've got a man like Steve Buckle, he'll be able to comb the league and he'll be able to find those players that will, fix that jigsaw.
Thrash, we spoke to Steve before the game last Sunday, and he signed on for another 2 years, and he's very excited with the young under-17s, under-19s coming through that club.
Amazingly, and the fact that he actually coached the under-17s,
Yeah.
so he actually has an intimate knowledge of those young men coming through now. So he will already know their strengths and weaknesses before, and he'll be able to fit the ones that are a little bit above average straight into the seniors and give them the experience that they need early, along with those guys that are, like your Barlows and those sort of players that have played their 20, 30 games. There's an exciting little mix happening down at Knox, and I think that they're going to be they'll be destined for. They're in that window. They'll be in that window probably for the next 2 years.
Yeah, they've got the building blocks, haven't they, after this season? So they're set to go, and look out for them next year, definitely.
And it's a case of they dropped down at the right time. It would have, like some might have said, it would have been nice to stay in Division 2 and keep cracking on there. But sometimes teams do need to drop and start feeling that winning culture. Actually, start winning games.
We could probably, we probably say that about Lilydale.
Yep.
Right? They came down. They needed to start up again. And in the end, they won 6 games.
Yeah.
So, it wasn't a bust for them. But I agree with you. Sometimes for some sides, it's better to go down and regroup and work your way back up rather than being dumped unceremoniously. And that's probably how it worked out for the Basin. It went complete opposite for them this year.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, certainly right. And that's pretty much going to do us here today. Of course, we're going to be live tomorrow from 1:15 p.m. out at Tormore Reserve for another Division 1 final. Beaconsfield taking on South Belgrave. A lot to look forward to there, but you can catch all the action live from 1:15, pre-game starting. We'll hear from both coaches before a big game. The winner will then play Park Orchards in next week's preliminary final out at Tormore Reserve. Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre today, thank you for doing such a great job, and you'll be back tomorrow as well for all the action.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. The two boys on the boundary, Jared and Brett, doing a great job. We were a bit worried during the reserves game with all the rain, and probably got away with it. Wasn't too much, but
it wasn't too bad in the end. It was very breezy, but at least the rain went away. Yeah,
that's right. And Jared, you'll be calling the action tomorrow.
We'll be looking forward to it.
Tormore Reserve, good to have you there. Ray Baird will be at the ground, keeping an eye on things potentially.
Yeah, just going out to have a look.
Kissing babies.
You always
kissing hands and shaking babies.
Every ground he goes to, there's
my mind.
always a lot of people who want to talk to Ray Baird.
The Messiah has come.
Yeah, that's right. Wayne Brasher coming down to Tormore tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that clash. Actually, could be. I reckon there might be an upset on the cards.
Yeah, well, a lot to talk about in that pre-game. Of course, Ben Warren-Smith, how good to have you in a Premier Division final.
Loved it today. And one of my favourite sites at the football is looking at the children of the players in the mini jumpers. I think that's such a great aspect of our local game. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers tomorrow. I know, happy Father's Day to Ray and Besto and Lee. Hope you have a fantastic day, guys.
Yes, and a happy birthday to my partner, Jess, who's at home. I'm sure she's watching. She doesn't miss a single broadcast all season.
Oh, so she's a good egg.
Yes,
she's a keeper.
Happy birthday, Jess. A big thanks to Lee Green, Megan Green, doing a fantastic job back on the camera for the senior men's match of the round. And that's it for us here today. Qualifying final, Balwyn winners 14-9-93 to Rowville 11-7-73.